Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. How was y'all's week? How you doing, Reddy? Welcome in. I was gonna say what happened this week? At least for me, I'm doing what I should do. I got some coffee. I got some snacks. We're still waiting for my stomach to wake up because I just essentially rolled out of bed. I stay up way too late, man. What can I say? Granted, last night. Oh, this is one thing I did. I brined and cooked some wings, some hot wings. No, it was kind of one of those chicken where you could tell that the chicken was cheap. Y'all, you know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, this quality is not great. So I'm not sure how it's gonna end up turning out, but I liked the sauce that I made, and I like making the buffalo sauce, quote unquote homemade, where you have it's the one where you have the stick of butter. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Hey Estrella, welcome back, welcome in. How was your week? Making myself some coffee and working on troubleshooting code for work. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I mean, it sucks that you're doing troubleshooting, but you know what? Honestly, I kind of really like troubleshooting. I'm gonna be real. Like, I remember when I first started working at one of my previous jobs, like, essentially it was my first job after grad school, and we were troubleshooting one of the equipment that we used in order to test like cell density and make it like counting and making sure all the pH was good and all that other kind of stuff. Oh, FYI, that job was like I was doing what was called bioprocessing, which is just a real fancy way of saying grow cells that make medicine and or you know whatever it is that we designed them to make. And like just going in, and it's almost like a real complicated puzzle. You know what I mean? I like it. It's fun. It's fun to kind of like be like, all right, but what's the thing that we need to do? It's time consuming, but you know. Oh, you better share what you got, Ratty. You better tell us what book of dinosaurs you just got, because damn. I've been doing a lot of the coding for bioinformatics, and it's always satisfying. Exactly. It's just I don't know. It's the right kind of. It checks off the like. I like the data. I like the science, and bioinformatics is one of those things where I was like, I considered going into that field. I really did. Granted, I don't know how transferable the skills I currently have with it, because I also know that what was it called? Power by. And I don't mean that in the sense of a very strong bisexual, even though I thought of that every time I saw it. Power by was one of those things where I was just like, oh my god, there's so much here. Hey Mag, welcome in. Hey Dino, how are y'all doing? Did you have a good week? I'm on the treadmill, so right now I want to finish. Of course, Ratty. Of course, honestly, good on you for exercising. All of you should be exercising. Points to the screen. Points to myself. Hey, welcome by here. Welcome back. How are you doing? How are y'all? Hopefully well. Good. Thank you. I made it myself. Mama Dodo in her culty new DLC form. And move your legs. All right. You know what? We're in the for those who don't know, I have like a standing desk. So right now we're in the standing position. So I can move my legs. I can move what I want. And it doesn't feel awkward, like if I'm in a chair. Supposed to do genotyping, but are on the stage of translating that to drug response and automating translations. Ooh. I never thought of the automation of translating when it comes to DNA. That is interesting. That's also one of the benefits that I love of having a scientific educated background, is that I could talk about science with just about anybody. And I at least can follow the conversation like, oh yeah, no, I know that. I can actually talk about it. I just ate a giant burger. Ooh. Listen, burgers are real good. I got, like, say as much as you want. Burgers are great. How do y'all like your burger? Genuine question. How do y'all like your burger? I am a very simple burger eater. I like it medium or medium well, cheese and ketchup. That's it. Nothing else. Like, so nothing potentially healthy. Listen, I'm eating a burger. It's not for health concerns. Tell you that much. Also, do not have the best internet. That's all right, hi here. Listen, I hope you're able to enjoy the stream regardless. I like it all meat, no veggies. Yeah, pretty much. Ooh. What I will say though, a good burger with over easy runny egg in it. Oh, so good. Super basic. So I'm just an average burger with like tomato and lettuce. Hell yeah. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being basic with your food tastes. I would rather be basic than what I have now, which is ketchup, like, obsession. Like, a problem. Listen, I don't think y'all fully understand. I don't know why I haven't made a ketchup mama dodo yet. I really don't. I want you to know there are two overwhelming factors of who I am as a person that people have met me in real life. Brioche buns are so good. See, I wish I left mushroom, but I have texture issues. One is which I'm a super, super nice person, which is a weird thing to tell people because usually people who tell you that they're nice tend up being assholes. And then the second one is I'm a person who eats ketchup. Like, that people have given me ketchup packets on multiple birthdays. One person just got me a ketchup bottle for my birthday. A nice guy trademark. Exactly. So I can't, like, tell people that I'm a nice person. They just come to that conclusion on their own. Because if I say it, it comes off weird. You know? It's kind of like one of those things where you don't get to call yourself that. Other people get to call you that. You can't be the judge of your own kindness. It's something that's given. Hey, Raw, welcome in! We're talking about food, which is honestly a topic that we talk about too much considering my cursed takes. Anyway, can we enter the cult? Because I gotta use the mating tit again. Oh, right. Wait, were you the one? Who was the one who had the kid that were like a chosen child? Because I was unfortunately spoiled with some secrets, so we might be participating in some of those. But like, yeah, no, like for those that don't know, it's like approaching a person and saying, hey, nice to meet you, I'm not a stalker or weirdo. Right. Or wearing a shirt that says, I don't kick babies. And then people start asking you if you kick babies.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Exactly. Also, you also have a divorce someone and then marry them to someone else. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. Can I divorce myself? Because that was the accident that happened. At the end of last stream, for those that weren't here last stream, there were two people in chat who wanted to get married, and then I chose the wrong marriage option, so I married them and then married to each other. So there's a throuple situation happening. I can't see it because we're not in the cult. Okay. Let's riff and then let's open up and then riff while we're in. We're on day 261. Damn. The love triangle intensifies for actual real. And let's make sure everything is good and connected. Make sure if y'all have everything on y'all in, right? Okay, we should be good to go. So let me know if y'all see everything. One of you pooped. Oh, what is this? What is this? Oh, this is the Twitch stuff, isn't it? Maybe not? Is this Chinese New Year? It kind of gave off Chinese New Year vibes. I'm using it as my personal body pillow when it doesn't give me attention. I don't know how I feel about that. Listen. Nobody deserves to be second place or the backup. know that for your whatever kind of issues you may be having with any kind of relationships, no one deserves to be their backup. I will stand on that hill. Listen, we already made the joke. Y'all married me for clout. It was just like, hey, listen, I'm married to the cult leader, and then they're like, oh, marry me too, and then you're like, okay. And they're like, this is exactly as goes as planned. I love you, but also, like, they're a dodo.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Okay. Let's see here. Oh my gosh, I just ruined this thing. Okay. Any paleo fun facts? Ooh. Oh, you know what? Here's a fun fact. Well, it's fun fact slash not. It's adjacent. Let me know if this counts. I learned there is a Netflix dinosaur documentary coming out in March, and I'm thinking we potentially might have our first watch party on our hands. I'm gonna be real. I'm looking at it being like, you know what? I've been trying to figure out what we're gonna do when we're gonna do that. A dinosaur watch party on Netflix sounds really good. I think it's just called Dinosaur. If I remember correctly. I think it's March 7th, I want to say. Do Netflix dinosaur documentary March 2026 and let me know what pops up. I'm going to join the server just because of that. Hell yeah! Welcome in. It's just like, I don't want any of these. I don't want anything more of these. I just want to do the Dino Watch Party, which is so based. Which is so true. Yeah, the dinosaur. Okay, there you go. The dinosaurs. So that's the first fact, and then Ratty, you did it twice, so I'll give it to you twice. What other good paleo fact do I know? See, that's the thing when it comes to dinosaurs. See, your boy wanted to be a paleontologist till he was 13 years old, and then he made compromises to himself in life, turned to science, and then it started going back into dinosaurs recently. So my dino fact is a little barren. They also want to do a watch party of Primal. Ooh, I love Primal. Primal's so good. I haven't watched season 2. I haven't even watched season 2 yet. I watched, I think, most of season 1. I don't even know if I finished season 1. So good. It is Samurai Jack, but dinosaur, and I fucking love it. It's so good. It's so good, dude. I absolutely adore it. Oh gosh. So if you haven't seen it, highly recommend it. And should we watch it too? That might be too much, but man, because I'm thinking about trying to do it like at least in the very beginning, once a month. But I would like to get it once a week, but I have a feeling that's going to be taxing. We'll figure it out though. But I think the first one, the dinosaurs with the thing, is a good go for. So we're gonna keep an eye out on that. Yo, boy got some. That's so much. Oh, bruh. Spoiler. Oh. Anyway, so I guess that was like a New Year chest, I guess. So there's that. Hold on. We need to nurture the. Oh, they've already been nurtured. Okay, good. Okay, so that's fine. What was that? What was that noise? Oh, that was these guys. Oh, don't these, if we give them a present? I'm not gonna murder them. I guess I can't give them a gift? Why can't I give you a gift, Hanano? Interesting. Why are you being such a stickler? There was a study that came out that reclassified a bunch of European dinosaurs as ceratopsians. Really? What was not a ceratopsian that was put in a ceratopsian? I feel like they're one of the more identifiable groups with just like the crest and the horn. Well, not all of them have horns, but pretty much all of them have crests, right? Or at the very least, the beak-like mouth. I feel like they're a lot more identifiable than others. Because that's crazy. Hey, you, go to bed. Me talking through the screen. Somebody who's like barely has their eyes open. They're like, huh, what? Why can't I make you go to bed? Oh, you can't go to bed. Fine, I'm just gonna inspire you. As far as what we're gonna be doing, I don't know. Wait, hold on, Dino, didn't you say you need to breed? If you breed a meat follower with a normal follower, they make a normal follower into a meat follower? What happens if you do a meat follower with a meat follower? Should we do that? See what happens? Okay. Let's try it. All right. I don't think any of y'all are meat followers. I mean, you are made of meat, but you know, I don't discriminate like that. Meat squared, more meat. All right, we want Geetri, and then you know what, Hanano? Let's go, Hanano, get in there. 37 chance to breed. 44, 51. McGreamer, you're apparently very attractive. Pajul. By the way, if he keeps Sozo away from shrooms by locking him away, we can make him normal. Oh! But would he really be Sozo if he wasn't high on shrooms all the time? I don't know. I feel like it's very much part of his personality. Him without shrooms is like me without ketchup or dinosaurs. Use me if you can. Do you mind if I post a link into the study of the Discord? Links won't work. Oh, in the Discord, sorry. Yes, that is absolutely fine. Thank you for asking for permission, though. I appreciate it. This feels like a dangerous, very dangerous PSA. Ah, don't worry about it. Coin flip, coin flip, coin flip. Let's go! Love wins! Same meat marriage! Deep sleeper. Oh, wait. What? It auto? We can't change this. Guys, we can't change it. It auto puts it to run in Worshipper of Rot. That's crazy. So this is based on cordyceps? Yeah! I love cordyceps, dude. I think it's such a cool and interesting life cycle. Fungus, parasite thing. It's so good, dude. Posted the link in general. Hell yeah. I'll check it out. I check it out in during the ad break. All right. Rotten. Yeah, but this is auto, so that's already like, this is gonna be bad, guys. If your fans like you when you're high, make sure to stick with it, because that's no part of your personality. Oh my god. Well, that's oh, they don't even get tired. Uh-huh. All right, well, oh, good job, meat egg. Oh. Right, all right, well, this one likes to sleep during the non-winter months, I think. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they're nocturnal. Oh, that's right. So this guy has the jerk trait, right? So his thoughts received affection is the best place to grow up. So he has the jerk trait. So what I'm tempted to do, well, I can't do anything else. Yeah, it's Midas. It's Midas as a baby. It's baby Midas. Midas with a baby on him. But we're going to, from what I heard, I've heard some people be able to, like, inspire or comfort someone out of having a jerk trait, which was crazy, by the way. But I don't know. Say, would you play Monster Hunter Stories 3 or Digimon Stories Stranger as your proper monster collectors for the channel? I mean, wait, is one of those the new Digimon game? Because that one looked good. That one looked pretty solid. All right, let's get this boy some flowers. Do you want the way to cure jerks? Sure, give it to me. Because I want to make Midas, like, not a jerk. You can also use the exorcism wheel. I was also thinking of doing exorcism on him. That was my original plan, and then I heard that you can unjerkify somebody. And I was like, okay, cool. We can exercise. Get that diamond out of him! Alright, let's complete a dungeon run with Theratos. Who was Theratos? I don't even remember. Oh wait, hold on. We need to do the animals. Let's get our fleece first. Well, over to the scatter you, and then you reassure them until they're not scared, they lose a drink. Oh, that's right! Thank you. I very much thank you for the reminder. That was how you do it. I did it once. There we go. Compost the body. Return the... It's like a really long version of cannibalism. Ooh, look at all that wool. Lovely, lovely, lovely cats. Oh, wait. What were you doing in there? Boop, boop. Oh, crap. Well, your boy added some follower meat in there. One of these guys are gonna get real bad real quick. It's really different compared to when I played this game. Different in a good way or bad way? Just asking for a friend. Welcome in, hi here. Yeah, that's just the check-in thing that we like to do. Ever since Twitch was like, lurkers don't count as viewers. And, you know, that's my quote-unquote solution to the problem. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. All right. We got two. Well, hello. Oh, give me your sand. All right, this is Dino, and this is not available. It's your boy. It's your boy. All right, this is not available unless you're in here as well. All right, Dino. What's the name? What name do you want to give them? It's your boy. Your son! Your son! He even has the trait masochist! Just like his old pa! What do you want? As I take a sip from my caffeinated beverage. Man, I wish I liked coffee. Scrat? You know what? I like it. Scrat. From Ice Age, that's so good. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and nurture you. Welcome to the real world, little guy. We're gonna try not to neglect you so that you don't, you know, immediately betray us like that dragon's kid did. I think I do this out of context, which is weird. Not at all! Oh no, not at all! Alright, what about you? Oh, this is Dragon Baby! Thank you for the sand. This Dragon Baby is just a coward. Okay. Not very dragon of them, personally, but what do I know about dragons besides we have one in the community? Probably a handful in the community. We'll be real. Alright, so our way of doing it is as always 1, 2, 3. Alright, Smog. Smog is also good. Smog. There we go. And then give you a little bit of nurturing and hope you don't freaking betray me. Right, Smog? Of course Smog would be the one that would betray me and steal my gold. Kind of crazy if like this one is like, no, Smog was actually pretty tame comparatively. Alright, that's them. So we need to make 2 beds. Hey, are you good? Sure. I'm sure they're fine. We probably want, like... It's fine. We'll just do that. Smog the coward. Actually kind of hits kind of hard. Not gonna lie. And then we'll have another one up here. And then we'll replace that one. There are not enough beds. Well, first of all, 3 of them are children. Everyone calm the hell down. It's like there's not enough beds for this to happen. Hey, Midas, what's up? Oh, you'll never catch me. He left. He stole $166 and ran into the trees. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Just ran into the trees. I don't understand. What? What a fucking crazy. What? Oh, we're gonna meet him. We are gonna meet him. Tell you what. Oh my god. All right, Bear Man, get in here. You're going in the poop pit. For real. Wait, that might actually work. Hold on. Isn't there an open one down here? There isn't an open one down here. It might work. We'll see. Look at all that wool. Hey, what's up, Cayman? Shaman? Jamantha? Skeptics and heretics have made their way into our cults, cursing our way of life. But they want to join. Should we welcome them? Sure. We'll put them in jail. I'm gonna post the book? Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Kids, am I right? So ungrateful. There y'all are. Give me all your faith. Oh right, you're the river boy. Isn't there a baby walking around here somewhere? Hey, where's the baby? Where's the baby? I need to collect poop, but y'all keep on using it. Okay, we have 14 now, I think. There we go. Okay, we're good. Oh, yeah, the new music rocks. Hell yeah. I'll also check it out. I'll check out both the things you posted in the first ad break. Also, like I played the trial for Monster Hunter Stories 3 and I'm definitely buying it. Ooh. What part about it do you like? Because I loved World and I loved Wilds. I think World got me more though. I want to say World was better. Awesome. Ooh. What's your favorite weapon? Was the composer of a Cult of Lamb before he passed away? I did hear about that. I did hear that was something that they did. Oh, here you are. All right, lobotomy. Hey guys, why is there a bald monkey in the thing over here? Oh, Stories is a full-on monster collector. Oh. That's kind of based. That sounds cool as hell. I'm a sucker for monster collector. Who are you? Oh, right, you're the trader. Thank you for the reminder, Mac. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Turns out it's a battery page. Oh, okay. And how you doing, Dragon? Sorry, I for whatever reason, it's the exact same color as Ra, so in my brain, it was like... can you tell I'm still waking up? But how was your week? Hopefully you had a good week. I will work hard for you. Uh-huh. Hard. Right. Sure. Does anyone want to come in to the cult as a traitor? Off the rip. So you're going to come in, be put immediately to jail, redoctrinated, and then brought in. Or, you know what? I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up to y'all. Join in if you want. Up to you. Up to your discretion. But no, I'm gonna put you in jail. Off the. That's what's happening. Also go to Romania again for my driver's license. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, Dragon. Get that license. Be able to drive. Independence. 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 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, cool. All right. We're gonna keep him exactly. Hold on. Oh. Well, well, well. They're an anima lover and a perfect prisoner. Well, I know exactly what to do here. Get in here. Oh man, you're a perfect prisoner? That's crazy. Anyway, to prison. Listen, I don't judge. All right, I don't judge. There you are. All right, well, you have fun over there. We should probably like actually continue the story, probably, right? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Oh wait, we need food. Let's do food, and then let's do culty stuff, and then let's do that. Plants for everybody. There you go. Plants for everybody. Hey, Shadow, how are you doing? Welcome in. How was your week? Hopefully well. Y'all are plant eaters. Relax. I make the best. I make the best grass stew in town. Am I the only grass stew in town? Yeah, but that's like besides the point. I don't think we need to do anything else. What? Huh? No! Let me fight him! Let me fight him! Where's this bastard? Alright, we're making a trap. Where's this trap? While y'all decide my fate. Where is this effing trap? I'm gonna shut his trap. You know, if you know what I'm saying. But there's some homework, so the usual. Yeah. Yeah. Where is this trap? Where is this trap? Alright, we are gonna put it like over here. No, up here. I'm a chameleon, not an iguana. True. Nursery is filled with poop. What? Who did this? Who did this? I know the babies didn't do it. Which one of you did this? Thanks for the poop, though. Builds. Honestly, not the most poop that I've seen y'all do. So honestly, it's not that bad. It's not that terrible. Considering. Set trap with gold. All right, now we'll get his ass. Oh, what do you want? Wow, you did it. Truly, you were without a flaw. I'm grateful, great leader. And now we wait. Exactly. Oh, we're gonna unjerkify this man. Tell you what. Oh wait, can I just do it right now? I don't see him on the list. Let me make sure. I love the hammerhead shark, dude. It's so good. Not I'm saying the other ones are bad, but that one in particular I find very funny. Huh. Okay. We could put him in prison. Oh, we also need to upgrade this. So we'll wait for that to be built, and then let's just go. Let's just go. Because I'm gonna forget. Because I'm gonna forget that requires 28. We don't have you. We don't have you. Oh, we do have both of these, but we don't have enough for that. Let's go. Also, go ahead and grab our guys. Got some wool again. Yes. Crazy. We need the Bronto Buster. Yeah. All right. Let's go. We could go to the fight. Let's do the Rotmouth. Into this I don't remember if we did the top right one, but I know we haven't done this one. So let's do that one first. All right, what do we get? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? I have the fleece that gives us 4 off the rip, so that's why I like this. Rare card! Curses consume 75% less fervor. Ooh. Yeah, you can name the next cow. Definitely. Immune to poison. Drop black ichor on hit. Increased chance to spawn better chests. So we want good curses. That's what this tells me. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of that. Oh wait, hold on. Nah, we gotta have lightning gauntlets. Am I right or am I right? Alright, Forsaken. Teleport to safe location, spreading black ichor. Alright, we're gonna be teleporting like crazy. Let's go. Ow, really? I just came in here! And lightning! I walked into the room and they just smacked me! Hello! Hello, welcome! I'm gonna just spam it! Oh, ooh! And whoop! Ow! These guys are kicking my butt. I'm rusty. I'm rusty. How you doing, Piranha? Welcome in. How was your week? And whoop, whoop. Take this! All the lightning strikes in the world! In the world! You know there's one place, this could be the other fun fact, that I still haven't gotten to. Did you know there's one place in the world that gets constant lightning strikes? It's like where 2 oceans meet and there's some kind of like interesting interaction that ends up happening with the atmosphere and the water, and there's constant lightning just raining down. I think it thunderstorms like 320 out of the 365 days of the year or something like that. It was crazy. Oh, so your boy might be hurting. Severe weather warning. Winter comes tomorrow. Oh, I love thunderstorms. So I'm right there with you. Where did you come from? Okay. Yo, thunderstorm. I love a good thunderstorm. There's even been some occasions where I listen to thunderstorm noises to help sleep. It's just something very soothing about it. So good. No. Oh, right. I need to do this. Haha! Take lightning strikes. Oh, I don't even need to hit them with the lightning. It just kind of happens. There's been a thunderstorm happening here. It's quite nice. Hell yeah! I'm a little jealous. I'm gonna be real. I'm a teensy weensy bit jealous. Yay, more grass. Y'all don't have enough grass yet, right? It's on heavy rain. The occasional boom after the ground shakes. Yeah. Hey, Luda, welcome in. How was your week? My cat goes absolutely ballistic when she hears thunder and meows terrified. Yeah, when it's pets, then it becomes like, I feel bad, but I also love thunderstorms. Good morning, snow yesterday. It was pretty, but cold. Yeah! Yeah, same. Oh, we haven't checked out the... Ooh, yeah, let's check out this one, because we haven't done the hat with the question mark yet. I swear if it's Midas, I will kill him in his sleep. Outside of it sounding pleasant, it's been the most intense and dangerous storm here in recorded history. Oh, then it's not as fun. Oh, right, this freaking thing. I'm gonna take your damn flowers first. I ran out of flowers and then I couldn't... Okay, let's see here. We have 100, so that should be more than enough to do the dragon egg. Okay. So, Piranha, for in case you missed it, we had Midas reborn as a skull. We killed Midas. Died. I don't remember if we killed him, but he died. And then we we put his skull into an egg thing, comforted it, and then it hatched into a little minus, who then grew up, stole our money, and then ran off. So that's been an experience, to say the least. My week has been great, plus it's the holidays here to spend the next 2 weeks doing nothing but drawing and sleeping. Hell yeah! Hell yeah, Ludo! Because of course he did, right. Are you displeased? Don't you want a gamba? Let's go! Beetle follower? Flowers like you, aren't you a lucky thing? That's right, this is Patrick Star. Oh, wait. I am Patrick Star. It's like, the disease spreads, consumes, burns, resistant to cure. Members of pack fallen despite attempts, more samples required. I will not lose this place. The pack, my mind to this. I will not end up like Shabora. Useless, mad, broken, unworthy. I will not let it end here. I also love beetles. They're so cool. All right. I think we could do these last two. Why not? 5 of the pots weren't empty. Well, about that. Yeah. So there's only 2. Of these, only 2 are filled, in my experience. Maybe in y'all's experience, you're luckier. Why are those pieces still interesting. Anyway. Agreed. Shamora was not useless. No one's useless. What's up, Dragon? How you doing? Also in chat, how you doing? You show my child the sun. Perhaps then they might try living. Well, the last one stole my money, betrayed me, and I had to slit his throat. And you know what? That's not my fault. I'm gonna take your gold though. Give me this. Give me this. This is all my. This is alimony. This is child support. Hey, thank you for the blue heart. All right. What do we got? What do we get? Lose red heart, gain diseased heart. Oh, great. Thanks. Oh boy. Lightning strike, go! Oh yeah, weren't we supposed to get better chests? They have not been a whole lot better. Gotta be real. Hell yeah. Rot burn wall. Well, winter is coming. So sayseth the series. And also the weather alert. Ow. He just dropped from the ceiling. One piece of wool. Okay, alright. Alright, calm down. What's up, my guy? What is this? Not of my make and yet crafted with my methods. I have few apprentices. I recognize the delicacy of this work. Yeah, it is delicacy. The shame with which they are made. Still, the work is good. Ooh, yeah. Divine blast! Divine blight! Poisons within range while also damaging them. Okay, we could do a little divine blast. What's my favorite weapon? I really like axe. I really like axe a lot. Hello. Oh right. I was like, I'm gonna try my new thing, and it was like, no, that was beep. It was that. And haha, lightning! Barbecue chicken alert. What? You got barbecue chicken? Hell yeah! The double hit from the axe throw is so based. I'm also torn between the axe and the hammer. I'm gonna be real. The hammer is so good. And then hi-yah! 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 I'm at full health, apparently. Oh. Yo boy is an old man. I don't know memes. I don't know. Nope, get over here. Will the lightning be striking? Hello, give me whatever this. Oh, what is it? Oh, big present. Okay. Do y'all actually use big presents in your following in your own cults? Hello there. What's up, my guy? Ah, friends. We're still on the lookout for a nice patch of land. This mountain ain't what it used to be. It'd be a mighty help if you could take some of my animals, give them good life, won't you? You hear? Ah, friend, nice to meet your face. We're still looking for somewhere to settle. I want to invite you to my cult. Let me do it. That's a sweet one right there, friend for life. Join me! Join me! Oh! I got an idea for the axe name. Ooh, Ceratops is good. That's not bad. I like that a lot. Anyway, join me! Join me! Scrap was neglected for a day. I'm busy! I'm outside making money! Seriously though, they're, I want them to join the cult. How do I invite them? I guess I have to talk to them a certain amount of times or something. Take this! Take this! And this! Cook in the flames, cook in the fire. Oh right, you're immune to fire, as most meat is, I guess. Those boomerang guys are the worst though. Oh, there they are. I was gonna say, where are they? What's this one? This one is merciless flail. This one is the same one, but yeah, let's poison's goated. Poison's pretty good. Like that. Ow, oh my god. Look at that poison damage. Ow, stop it. Yeah, they added flails. They rock, but they are a commitment. Boom. Boom. All of y'all are now poisoned. Haha, ow. Hey, can y'all just die, please? Thank you. They're so nice to listen to me. Anyway, I'm gonna keep on getting hit. Haha! Where are they gonna fall out of? Come on. There you are. Aha! Nothing you can do about it now. Alright. So you do sack Ludo. Alright, who are we fighting? Oh, hey, what's up? Witness Mammon. Oh boy. Oh man, that's a wild spread. That's also a wild spread. Are you gonna hold on? Okay. And then you do your explosion stuff. Okay. Oh, not the yellow guys. Haha! Take this. And then boop. And then boop. Stop it. Oh, oh. Whoop. Lightning strike, go! Oh, not boomerangs. Ooh, ooh. This is a wild boss fight. Oh, oh, oh. All right. Do we have anyone who's old? Ooh. June. I am tempted with June because she is old, but these guys give me two red hearts off the rip. I don't want any of them that have the necklace. So let us do Hanano. I don't think he has a necklace. Yeah. All right. Hanano. Want to sacrifice the bald monkey freak? It only gives me one black heart. These guys give me two fire hearts, and that's weird. He's not low enough where I'm very confident. I've been getting smacked a lot today, and also in game. Haha! Ow! That delay punch was wild. Are you gonna charge at me? Yep. And then you're going to do your AoE splatter, or not. And then there's the AoE splatter. When I get hit, it does, like, it burns them. Oh my god! Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey guys. Hey guys. Hey, calm down. Hey, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh. All right. Okay. Oh my god. Easy. First try. Not even worried. All right. Get your butt in there. Easy boss fight. Easy clap. We can do Sin, or we can do a regrowth necklace. Let's do Sin. Ooh, what's this? Rotten Eye of the Witness. Does the sailor want that? Interesting. Hello. Where's more souls? Oh, do we need to beat the boss in order to do more to progress the story? Oh. Oh no. That boss is hard. Alright, welcome back. I'm gonna pay attention to the... okay, where's food? Here we go. Maybe something that isn't just... here's some fish. Here's some of these. Y'all are so damn hungry. What the frick? Here's more. Gosh, what the? Y'all were neglected for a day. Oh my gosh, calm down. Y'all act like you haven't been neglected by parents before. Everyone gets triggered. Everyone disliked that. It's okay, little rotten egg boy. You should grab all the wool first. Yeah, you know what? That's true. Let's make sure that this is all full up. Hell yeah. Y'all should be good to go. All the grass. Y'all are collecting all the things, right? Hopefully. Oh, well. I'll take it. I should probably get rid... Okay, so here, this is what we need to do. We need to bring in the new boys. Are those the cows? No, cow is just the cow. So, Dino, what do you want to call the cow? The new cow that we brought in. And then we take this guy, we give him a nice pet. And then we ascend them. Because they have a halo over their head. Go into the spider nest in the sky, little one. Go over to the cow. Give it a little pet. Eddie? Okay. And then go into the spider nest into the sky. And the cow's like, wait, what? Little do they know. They are all going to the spider nest in the sky. Oh my gosh. Like, moo? Interact, feed, interact, walk, name. Here we go. This is Eddie. If any of y'all want to name any of the other animals, please let me know. Llama escaped. Llama's in the second one. And the reason I made a second little thing here is mostly due to the fact of... Oh, hello. Bobotomy. I've been under care since the day I hatched. Now do I offer myself entirely to you? I'm glad you didn't betray me in the last second. That's all I'll care about. All right, Bobotomy. Welcome in. Add a snail and call it Ratty Jr. Oh, that's so good. Snailish. All right. Ratty Jr. Ratty Jr. There you go. Perfect. It's so itty bitty. Look at it. Also, snails are goated. Saying that right now. Snails are effing goated. If you find a fox, you got it. I don't think there's fox ones. At least I don't think so. Boss ones we leave be. We keep them normal. We dedicate yourself to you, I swear it. They are lightweight and virtuous. Welcome in, I guess. Why are you here? You seem a little straight and narrow, but you know what? To each their own. Go mine Rotburn. You're also a boss, I believe. So you can stay the same, but you are you want to freeze to death. All right. Oh, right, that wasn't a boss. Why was the beetle special? I forget. Full clear blizzard. That was the dude in the plants. I thought he was special just cause I liked beetles. Apparently. All right, let's put this in here. There we are. Let us go ahead and make like a three-fer here. A tree-fer, if you will. Yeah, here we go. We're starting to get to a point where we're gonna start replacing the single ones with threes. Y'all are gonna start needing to bunker. And y'all are gonna like it. New dragon egg, yeah. All right, let's have a ceremony, and during the ceremony we'll do an ad break. And then I'll check out what Reddy's up to, or sent in the Discord. All right. Prepare for the sermon and see what our overlords at Twitch say as we go and relent. See you in a sec. I'm not gonna neglect the ego. Me that immediately walked away and didn't do anything with the egg. Right, and the kids section is bigger than the adult one. Honestly, kind of crazy. Money's been tight in the Colts, gotta start sharing beds. More like space is getting tight. We need to start sharing beds. We actually are fine with money. So much so that that guy has stolen from us like 50 times. Yet here we are. Still fine. Alright, we're going back to a sitting position. And probably do a little bit, I should probably exercise. At least a little bit. I used to exercise a lot during the breaks, and I've been bad at that, so we'll be right back. Omega lol. Omega lol. A little bit to get the bottom. Make ourselves out of breath today. We just want to kind of get back into the practice. So we're going to do very little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See? And we're done. Easy peasy. Bonus points if y'all did it with me. I like to do push-ups, crunches, and squats between ad breaks. It allows me to be active and use my time accordingly. I'm also gonna eat some peanut butter crackers. I am tempted to do a stream where we go and like analyze the ads that y'all are being force-fed just to see. So that's something. Oh, peanut butter cracker. Why are you so good and yet so bad for me? I did so little and I'm already out of breath. That goes to show how out of shape I was. I say was, like it wasn't like 10 seconds ago. I have no idea why, but I do not. It was either McDonald's or something about a new movie coming out. Oh, is it maybe because your name is Mac? They were like, this person loves McDonald's. They're like, hey, Big Mac is close enough. So is it Mac for macaroni or Mac for McDonald's? All right. We got this. Okay, I'm arresting this man. Where the hell? Oh. Oh, that's so funny. Ow! Ouchie! Don't hurt me! It was all a jest! Re-educate dissenter! Re-educate him! I surrender! I give up! I'll do anything, please! Just stop hurting me, little Midas! We indoctrinated him. They are a royal pooper and a coward. So true. Neither of those we feel have made a joke to both. Well, then where does it come from, if you don't mind me asking? Oh crap, your posts! Study European fauna includes more ceratopsid dinosaurs. Oh, there are ceratopsids? Yeah, they don't look it. I can see where they got confused. The class of animals once thought to be distant cousins of iguanodon to a true member of ceratopsid's clade. That's so cool. Oh my god, the knowledge encyclopedia is so funny. They're all bursting out of the egg like that. That's hilarious. That's so good. So I combine all the first letter of my names. Oh, that's cool. I like it. That's a cool way of doing it. Yeah, right? I shouldn't have put it behind the thing. I shouldn't have done that. Alright, there we go. Where are the babies? Drake? Not enough. What do you mean there's not enough? There is enough. Okay. One of you is hurt. Give us some beer. You know what? Fine. Here's some Brog brew. Actually, you know what? We'll give you something good. Regret nothing. Sin shot. Chance to fall or become befuddled. 100% chance of stopping illness, descent, starving, or freezing. That's kind of crazy. Let's see here. Fruity and delicious. F it. Y'all have fun. Are the bishop followers immortal like Neander? I don't think so. I think they are all, some of them are immortal, but only because I gave them the immortal necklace. Alright, hold on. Let's see here. One of you is sick. The other you is hurt, right? Midas is just beat up. You know what? Here. There you go, little guy. There you are. He's a coward. Come here. Come here. It's okay. It's okay, my guy. There you go. No, get out of here before I change my mind. You don't have a bigger bar? No. Is there a bigger bar? I didn't think there was. He doesn't deserve to be cured. Well, to be fair, you're not wrong. Yeah, you can cure rotten followers. That is true. Or you can give them a necklace and then they just won't rot. It's fine. Ooh, wait, we have some old people. Let's send them up. Let's see. Rituals. Let's ascend. Hold on. Alright, let's see here. Who are we ascending up? We want to send up June. Goodbye. Into the sky. Temporarily. Yeah. Have fun in the spider nest in the sky. And they're like, wait, what? Oh my gosh. That's super funny to me. Alright. Give me all your faith. Give it to me. Thank you. All right, off you go. And now let's see if we can what we can build. Let's see. I'm not seeing it. This food. I mean, kind of food. It might not be in this one. Faith, sin. Here we go. Sin. Oh, yeah, there is. Damn, you're right. Also, Midas is dead. If Midas' cave just empty now, yes. Oh, which reminds me. So let's make some gold bars. We have so much gold. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I heard the baby. Where's the baby? Where's the baby? Drake, where's the baby? Shit. What we're doing? Right. Oh, right. I remember. Thomas, I'm gonna lose my train of thought if you distract me. These new recruits have no work ethic. If you ask me, they should prove themselves, make them work through the night. Okay. Sure. Sure. All right, old man. Let's re-educate. Hey, man, how you doing? He's like frozen. He's like frozen solid. All right. You're good to go. Perfect. Anyway, over here we need to get the chosen child. There is one of you has an egg thing. Where is it? Oh wait, hold on. I was looking at the wrong thing. Egg. Boop, boop, ba-doo. It was like a little egg symbol on it, but no, not that egg symbol. Different egg symbol. The one that doesn't look like you're crossing it out. I don't know if it was a heart or an exclamation mark. Here it is. Partina Rosebud. Great-grandchild of this follower received the chosen child trait. So we need to have someone... Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. So it's not you. It's Schmungus that has it. Okay. So who wants to have a child with Schmungus to have your grandchild be the chosen child? I don't really know what that does. There's another one. Damn. Ratty? Okay. All right. Oh, Ratty, I think it's as you're busy apparently. Apparently you're too busy to have an egg. Working mother. Let's do oh, I should probably ask Shadow. You also have pedigree. Do you also want it? If you're in here still. If you are. What we also could do, we could let y'all decide. I don't know why it says you're too busy. By the way, it's fine. It's kind of wild. All right. Who will be the one with bobertomy? Who will decide? I will decide. I decide on people who aren't. It wouldn't include y'all. You know what I mean? But when it includes y'all, y'all should have say because it's your egg. You know what I mean? All right, I'm gonna have a taste of a little peanut butter cracker. Because this was the other thing that I wanted to do. Was try to get the chosen child today. All right. Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. River Boy. Hell yeah. Oh wait. Shadow with... Oh, okay. Instead of Shadow, we'll do... It chose the second one. That's fine. This is not... Oh, right. I need to do some kind of divorce, but I don't know how to do it. Where is our boy? Here it is. 74 chance. Let's do it. River Boy's grandchild is gonna be the chosen one! Let's go! Pedigree 3, and we got flautist, nudist, 200% sin when using the drum circle. They love poop, they're fashionable, the hedonist, or they're unrepentant. I know how to read. Nudist would be funny. Them breaking it down sexual style is also really funny. They're the chosen one is the music lover throughout the thing. Or should we make them a flout? You know what? Maybe we should do River Boy. We should do flautist, because this, like, well, wait. Music lover, I think, is also unique to River Boy, isn't it? So a part of me wants to be like, okay, which one of these? All these feel unique, so I'll give them that. Yeah, they have no need for pesky clothes. Let's make them a nudist. And we can always have more than one, so it's kind of like, it's fine. All right, and then y'all go to sleep. I don't know why I need to tell y'all to go to sleep, but anyway, mine now. Give a little bit of comfort. A little bit of comfort's all I need. Where is the little kid that I need to give attention to? I don't take that out of context, pretty please. Where's the baby? Where's the baby? Hold on. What got flagged? That being said, the ultimate lever being it. There you go. I don't know why it flagged bumfuck. I think that's hilarious. So it would be incredibly funny as well, right? That's why I was thinking flautist, where it's just like, yeah, he's the chosen child, but also like doesn't do anything. So honestly, there were a lot of really good choices in there. All right, I thought I heard the kid somewhere over here. Okay, well, let the gold thing happen. I don't remember saying it. Okay, we're gonna try. Oh, what's this? Oh, the executioner! There she is! Hello, I know it's strange I'm here, but you showed me forgiveness, Lamb, though I didn't deserve it. There's no hiding our past. I will face it. If I can stay here, I will help however I can. Let's go! Let's go! Can I give her a gift or something? Like, she deserves it. She's gone through so much. What do you... They gave me an old one. Who wants to be an old man? Regardless of who you are. Hail land, a beautiful day. That murderer in our haven? Aniel? I'm gonna need you to judge the judgment. I will kick your ass in this game again. Don't make me do it. I'm trying to see where they will go. Look at all these. Sins are not absolved. Yes. It's like, what? When did he start sounding like that? I still don't really know what this does. Hold on. Beast of blizzard, rest till storm of hunger calls. Maybe we sacrifice animals to it or something. We'll try that. We'll try that next time. Oh, wait, hold on. Whoa. What's out here? How have I not seen this yet? That being said, the ultimate life form being, yeah, yo, look at her. I mean, to be fair, she literally did kill all of them. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Ooh, more. Give me all the, oh. That's all the wool. I forgot these cost wool. I forget, I'm sorry. That was me immediately having a spending problem. Hell yeah. Enjoy your book. Look at all this. Look at all this. My God. Oh wait, we can make a thing. Hey Rami. This weapon is built for blood and suffering. I know this blade. I can hear the something. Perfect. What do we get? Oh, the axe. Axeratops. I can feel the axe and straight pointed legacy. It's calling a new name. Lamb slaughter? No. Axeratops. Let's go. When an enemy is killed, a soul is released and damages another enemy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Axeratops. Worthy title for a weapon. I'm noticing a theme here. Do you happen to like dinosaurs? I'm like, no, maybe, yeah. You're weak. You let her live such foolishness. You are the shepherd. What great battles have you won? Listen, I'm gonna need you to calm the hell down. You're demanding 100 wool from me. You don't get to talk to me that way. Can you feel it? The weapon hum with pleasure. I feel it. I feel every bit of it. And it's like, you wield it with grace, shepherd. After all she has done, we should turn the axe on her. Oh, right, because she killed all of them. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we'll go to the Bronto Buster. That murder in our haven? Y'all, listen. Y'all need to learn forgiveness, okay? Y'all need to chill just a bit. Alright. So now we need... Let's go ahead and do this one, because it's the only one we haven't done left over here. See what happens. And then we'll try to do the boss, because the boss is hard. And I got my butt kicked by something else. Oh, when you're hit, all enemies take damage. You take 2 times damage. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead, guys. that kills me. You can get her in her cult. Yeah. 10% chance of negating when you killing an enemy. Okay, we might live. When attacked, 10% chance of negating damage. We might actually live. 10% chance to draw wool on hit. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, right? Okay, so I want to try the Axeratops. I really want it, but we currently have a quest for the Bronto Buster. So, let's use that. Oh, my sweet Axeratops, I'll be back for you. Oh, whoops. I'll be back for you. Hello. And boop. Oh, well, oh, I'm hitting the wrong one. I'm wondering. There we go. Hello. I'm gonna kill everything in here. Ow. How did he live? Boop. Oh. Alright, so now we go. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. I'm like, where is it? I saw a lot of stuff happen on the left side there. Did someone die? There was a lot of reactions that just blurred to the background for me. Oh. Boop. Gosh, the blunderbuss is so goated too. Nope. How Scrat's not gonna become evil. Well, if the kids would actually let me find them, I would have given them attention. Oh, and boop. Ow, what? He hit me from way up there? Listen, if your kid's evil, don't worry about it. I'll just resurrect him. Oh. Oh, well, that works. Oh, and small present. All right, we'll try to make this fast, huh? Let's go to the right. Money, sin, guy, and then follower. Yeah? That's true. You could. Get these flowers in my pocket. All right. What is this one again? Oh, right. This one is like, oh, we'll give you sin if something. It's you, quiet one. Welcome to the Sin House, house of hard work and hard play. I'm Madam Furfur. Unlike my approved granddaughter, I will increase your sin of any follower you choose. Y'all will choose. Who's gonna be sinned? Who's gonna be sinful? Who will become one with their inner demons? Yes. We have a lot of people though. You can drag them to the nursery from the nursery. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought we had to find them. I didn't realize you could do that from the nursery. It just looked like there was nothing there. Oh wait, no, if they're too old, they just say we're too old to go to the nursery. You can do that when they get up and leave and they did it? Yeah. I don't think so. Alright, invoke. Alright, Ratty, you're full of sin! Oh, you're so embarrassed. Oh. Get it, Ratty. Off you go. Where are your manners? Say thank you when you then leave. I have work to do. Anyway. All right, what do we got? We have so much of each of these. So we don't need this guy. This guy doesn't give us anything that we want. Hello! I'm here to take your offering. Bronto Buster, and y'all ain't no Brontos, tell you that much. Furnace is empty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And boop. Hey, we're gonna die. I don't know why this game decided to give me double damage. All right, little hyena man, get in there. I thought we topped off on the heat. Sorry, y'all. Boom. All right. Well, that is the Gamba way. Oh, the one enemy that hits me from across the room. And boop. Oh, thank God I had the blunderbuss. Close range against that guy is a nightmare. I just said. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Hey, do you mind? Oh! Assassin in the bush! I guess Divine Blast. We're not gonna live long enough to use it, but you know what? Sure, why not? And boop! Ooh. Oh! When did they know how to jump? When did you learn how to jump? You ain't. I'm not gonna let you bring out the meat sacks. And boom. Oh. Okay. Oh. Ooh. All right. We have enough to take 2 hits now. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. And I'll take it. I didn't mean to do it both at once, but I did. We have the last 2! Let's go! Wool of the Innocent and Wool of the Pretender. And then we'll just get some rocks. And then we get to go back. Hurry! The kids probably hate me because I was gone for a day. Well, I'm sure the rod is a good thing. Why else would they put it in the game if it wasn't for a good thing? Surely it wouldn't be as a difficulty spike and or a narrative device, would it? Not yet. The wolves are here! So much stuff has gone wrong! Get the heat up! Everyone's starving! The wolves are here! Get out of here! Get out! Get! Shoot! Of course they would all come in from the right. None of them came from the left. We have so much on the left. Okay. And then we have some, we're gonna put the meat back. There we go. Hey guys, are you awake now? Sorry about that. We're gonna move some of these to the other. Who made this giant dookie? We're gonna edit buildings. We're gonna move y'all over yonder. Move this one. So it's about half and half, you know? Where it's like, okay, cool. There's a couple more, you know? I think we'll just have like that one. And then this one. This is a real, I'm impressed more than anything, right? I don't know what kind of spooky dookie they decided to give me there, but it was a little crazy. Enjoy cuddling, ready? Alright, cool. There we go. That should help stable, kind of like even out the odds. Alright, let's even out this. Because my god. Alright, shepherd's pie. What's with y'all's food? You're so hungry. Why are y'all so hungry? Oh, I bet you I know what it is. We have 38 people. It's because we have so many people. Alright, and we'll repair this real quick. Oh man, the repair feature is so goated. So goated. Alright, got that. Where are the kids? The kids that became adults that now probably hate me. We haven't eaten anything other than grass for the last month. First of all, how dare you? Just because you're late getting to eat doesn't mean that I've only fed you grass. It's just, oh, that's all that's left because you want to sleep in. Yeah, demon egg's about to hatch. All right, cool. Oh, wait, first. Give this guy a little bit of love. All right. Oh my god. Okay. I already threw everything in the furnace. That should be good to go, hopefully. That's a demon. So meat plus meat equals, spiky meat? 1, 2, 3. All right, Jolt TT. Oh, suddenly the things around my room start floating. Oh shit, Satan would have been funny. All right, well let's give Joel TT / Satan some love. Can I rename you again? I doubt it. There you go. But don't worry, with love and affection, they too will be. They'll grow up big and strong, and kind. Sweats. Let's see. We wanted. Here it is. Boom. Dino's like, I'm also here. Kindness is optional. Well, I feel like kindness is kind of the you would want the kindness first. You know what I mean? Hopefully. Sweats. All right, and then 3 more. 3 more on there. Dino's cooking. Lovely, lovely as always. Can always count on Dino for to cook up the grass for everybody. So that's going. We have 39 people. So, you know, is there anyone who isn't in the cult that wants to be in the cult? Because we got an old man here. Because we got that going on. My lord, we're in the Catalyst Code with a Bishop of Death. Bishop of Undeath, thank you. Let's go ahead and do Glory Through the Toil. So y'all will sleep through the night. Not last night. You'll just take the hyena, dude? Alright. Yes, yes! Just in time for the night shift. They're like, oh, that's great. You're making us work through the night. Yeah, no, that's a good thing, right? Yeah, that's good? Question mark? Yield me your faith. Yes. Alright. So let's go ahead and get the old man in here, and all they're gonna do is just take the. Oh God! Why are they fighting? Why are you fighting? We just got here. What's wrong with you two? They're like, is there another love triangle that I don't know about? Oh, we already did the Frozen Sea one. We haven't done the one after that yet. Let me try to find that one first before you tell me. We're gonna do a classic 1, 2, 3. All right, not a gear and 1, 2, 3. Ooh, cat. I like it's just said they won't be able to have kids, and it's like, yeah, they're old. And I don't mean, oh, women in their 30s. I mean like geriatric. All right, hyena. I beg you, Dr. Eat your goats. I will not stray. All right, follower raffle. Start your engines. You'll have 15 seconds as I take one more peanut butter cracker in my milk. Eleven, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome in! Oh, I love the cat. So good. You are cynical and lustful. So you want an egg, but you're like mad about it. All right, go ahead and clean up the base.
Oh, you stink!
Let's go. All right, let's give this. Did we already give this guy a little? Here we go. Gotta make sure that they grow up nice and strong. I need to stop saying nice and strong. This is Satan. I need to stop saying it. Oh, there's enough beds. I don't know why they're complaining. Hey, Scrat. I'm so grateful you spent your childhood in a perfect community, but now to devote myself to you. See, they're fine. Scrat's fine. They're not evil at all. We gave them enough time, mostly. Mostly. Hey, Theos, how you doing? Excellent. That'll show them. Oh, right. Oh, wait, you. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but like, also, it's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Is there anyone else? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people here. Sure, he can cosplay. That's so cool. Could have some Exactly. Who doesn't have childhood trauma? Raise your hand if you don't have any. I better not see a single hand. Not a single one here. Look at all that. Ooh. Yeah. All right, so we got some wool, and we got some. Let's do a little more. Let's do a little bit magnificent mixed meal. Some more meat. Yeah, there's no raised. Yeah, everyone has it. Listen, if you're creative in any capacity, you are not. It's what it is. I would say almost requirement. Pronto, hell yeah. Can you feel it? This weapon hung with pleasure. Stop talking about pleasure and weapons. I beg of you. There's no way. You're on. Is it? Did you say? Is that Twitch? It got bleeped out. What did you end up saying? I'm on what? I'm assuming Twitch. Why did it bleep out Twitch? Why did it bleep? Oh, or did you do twitch.com and it thought it was a link? Is it Twitch? Oh, okay. All right. I was gonna say, why is it bleeping its own name? That's crazy. Crazy if true. Okay, that explains it. Here's me in a normal childhood. Oh, I straight up did not. I did not. Can you feel it? The weapon's hung with pleasure. Right. You and pleasure and items. And after all she has done, she would return the axe to her. Yeah, I am. I am going to. I'm gonna give her. What the hell? Why are you like oozing? Why was this one oozing like black ichor? All right, off you go. All right, okay. Sawa the Pretender. In your soul, you are still of us. All right, what do we got? Hello. Oh, they're so cute. They're so cute. Hello, I'm Sawa. I'm not a lamb. No, I'm something else. You can say I'm a moth. This place? No, I don't know it. No, I do not. I'm somewhere else. Salvation? There is none. Not at all. Nothing left for the lambs. I'm not one. Aww. Aww, yo. Hold on. You need 100. What's with all these ones needing 100? All of you need 100. Oh, one of them. Oh, Rosebud died of old age. We need to put them away before everyone just starts being like, oh my god, we're so afraid of death. Even though there's death all the time. And I bring you back from death all the time. Astralo, are you good? Westland, please listen to my poem. Cult of the Dodo is the best. Cult of the Dodo for life. Forget the rest. It's not good, is it? Same with practice. Honestly, it's not bad. Thanks, Dino. Appreciate it. Alright, off we go. There we are. Perfect. And boop. Are one of y'all also gonna be... Why are y'all freaking out? There's no body there! Yeah, to the poop hole. It's like, the what? So I need to stop buying wool creatures at the moment. I think that's what I'm understanding. Because each of these I'm doing 2, 8. Like I'm kind of like spending all. I mean, they're kind of am, kind of not. But we do need more wool. By a lot. By that I mean a lot. I guess we could also gamba by playing the card game and then winning. But some of those ones are real hard to beat. All right, Wool of the Innocent. Are they truly innocent? It's just a wolf. Oh, she's adorable. Oh shit. Oh, it's Woolhaven. I thought I would never see it again. Are the others? Is Remy here? No reason. It's not so bad dying. I don't know why it's such a fuss. Killing is fun too. See, I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew that she was gonna be the wildest one. I love killing. Yay! Okay, so now. Yep. Oh, no, okay. I went up to her. This one spoke, and I was like, I went up to her and she was like, and I'm like, whoa, oh my god. Oh no. Sold out. All right. Okay. So now we need. Oh, let's. Ooh, shit. I'm sure they'll be fine. All right. Especially since this is gonna be a very short. This is gonna be very short because we're gonna fight this boss. Wish me luck. Gonna need it. Oh, are we gonna use the axe? Oh, I tell you. Oh, we have axe though. Necromantic, no, but poison. Poison ass is base as hell. I'm gonna need it, dude. I'm gonna effing need it. Probably flaming shot. The other ones require me to stand still for too long. All right, we got this. I might need to change. Oh, I don't think my fleece is different. Like, would be different either way. All right.
Wretched, miserable, what have you done to me? You bring the world's ruin. You make this rot. For what? You think you are the only one who was lost. I will burn your blood-soaked temple. I will tear down each shrine. I am Liberate. I am liberation. I will destroy you before you destroy us. I have a pimple. Do you see it? Do you see the pimple?
Oh boy! Off the rip, huh? Okay. Take all the bombs you want. Boom. 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 Ooh. Ooh. Why do you take so little damage? This is the part where suddenly he doesn't take any damage. Oh boy. Oh, he's not being poisoned. Alright, that's good. Oh boy. So poison doesn't do anything. Oh boy. Can I like... Alright, well that's good. I can hit him multiple times, so that's good at least. Look how much damage I'm doing there. It does like no damage. Do I need to destroy like these? Oh boy. Take the bomb. All right. Well, good news is I'm just getting. Oh boy. And we're almost halfway. I think that's the farthest we've gone so far. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's another bomb. Oh. Ooh. Oh, ooh. Those were human sounds. Okay, we have not seen this next one, this form. Excuse me. Oh my God! What is this? Oh, oh. Okay. Oh! That explosion was cheap. What is this? Oh! Oh! What's with the Hydra arms? Oh. Whew. He's tough. But it's getting predictable. Now y'all are gonna be like, oh, he lost to the boss. I don't know if I believe him anymore. Actually crazy. Get all the rock that I can get. Alright, let's give some, oh, we haven't, that's fine. Okay, what about you? Hello there!
Give me the Zen.
Alright, this is Schmungus and River Boy. I guess this one, we'll call them, should we combine it? Worm. I'm thinking like, River Among Us. Wormy Charles. Wormy Charles is pretty good. I'm fine with Wormy. I'm not sold on Charles. Wormy Boy? No. Wormungus? Rivmungus? Boyungus? There's something there. There's something there that we can just call them Wormy, I guess. But I want the River Boy. Wormungus. Yeah, let's do that. Wormungus Boy. Wormungus Boy. Boy is the last name. Boy is the family name. There you go. You carry the boy name. We shall nurture you. Alright, and then we'll get you down to the nursery. Yes, yes. Oh, please, yeah. Sure, boy was my father. Great meals and spontaneous cooking fire thanks to Twitch chat. Hell yeah! Does that, or y'all woke up? Why did y'all wake up? Was it because of the chat thing that y'all did? Are they mad at me because y'all woke yourselves up? That's crazy. Crazy if true. Oh, please. I'm a good cook. How dare you? What I want to know is why it says there's not enough beds when none of these are claimed. Maybe they are claimed. Maybe I'm dumb. I could be dumb. Let's see here. Boom. Boom. There. That should do it. Oh, right. It was the overnight shift. Rituals. Yeah, shifts plural. Rituals is sharing. Harvest twice as much ranch for one day. That's pretty good. Work during the winter. I think there's really nothing. I like the idea of the twice for wool for one day, but we just don't have the bones. So let's have the sermon, send people out for some bones and some more materials, and then try again. Company mandatory night shifts, right. And you won't get overtime either. They'll just get you right under the mandatory overtime like law obligations, and then say that you're a contract employee or something. Sorry, too real. Send Midas out. All right, Piranha. Get us some bones. All right, about the rest of you. All right, Shmungus. I know you just became a parent, but apparently you need to go get. Let's get some. Oh, only 2 to 6 wool is crazy. Let's get some more beetroot seeds. Mac, let's see. Where are you? You might be. If you're this low, yeah, you have not leveled up. Once you're leveled up, we can send you on some missions. No bone to me. Honestly, more bones. But don't worry, we'll get you there. Don't you worry. There's not enough beds. What? Back on the beds! Hey, Gorgo. Leader, I love Bejewel more than anything else in the world, except for you, of course. But will you allow Bejewel and I to marry? Sure. Go for it. Let's do it right now. I imagine. We're gonna see. Follower ceremony. And we're getting more bones, so this is okay. This time I know it's the follower one and not me. Married. Okay, so it doesn't say y'all are married to me, so I think y'all are actually okay. I don't think I need to divorce any of y'all. I think you can only allow... Oh. They're a meat person. This is inter-meat and not meat person marriage. This is actually, like, unprecedented. Interesting. By the way, we're still allowing it, because love is love. Alright, chat. We understand each other. Love is love. Oh, look! They're so cute! Aww. Hell yeah. Alright, hold on. Where did he go? I have a gift for... Uh-oh. The wolves are coming! Oh, the wolves! The wolves are coming! Hell yeah. Alright. Okay, so the traps are doing their job. Okay. Okay. One more. And... Yes! Yes! Boom, 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 boom. Who wants some wolf meat? And not the kind from, like, intellectually, like people. These are the bad kind of wolves. Kind of like Goofy has a dog kind of situation. You know what I mean? Where the more you think about it, the more you're like, interesting.
All right, was it Pajal? It's Pajul, right? This is the one who just got married, right? Marry the follower. Okay, cool. I have a gift for you. Hold on, I have a gift for you. Work. Where? What? Huh? Why can't I give you? I want to give you a gift. Why can't I give them a gift? Yeah, exactly. I don't want to murder you. That would be crazy. You're now married! Joy! Work. Next page. Okay, I don't see a way to give them a gift. I was gonna give them the gift and make it so they don't rot. But I'm not seeing a way to do that. Oh, we can turn them in the normal... Well, is that technically, turning them to... Maybe they love them. They're all grown up. You have guided me to show me your right. Hell yeah! They're normal, kinda. Let's comfort them because they're a coward. They are a meat person. They loved them because and or like the fact of who they are as a person. Turning them not a meat person, would that make things better or worse? You know what I mean? No, they do get presents. Let me see if I can hold on. Let's see here. Hey, Gertier. Listen. I know. Can I not give anyone anything? Hold on. Why can I not give gifts? I can't give gifts to anybody. Oh, interact. Oh, hold on. Interact. Okay, so that's fine. There's the give gifts for that one. Let me go back to the meat person. That murder. Yeah. I guess. Yeah, I guess cure. All right, hold on. We're gonna make a poll. We're gonna make a poll in chat right now. Do we cure or do we not cure? Where is the manage poll? I don't know why that got removed, but it did. New poll. Do we cure Pajul? No. They are loved for who they are. No, okay. No. Pajul of being a meat person. No, yes. Know that it's for 1 minute. Choose. And, you know, vote for whoever you want, whatever you want to do. But if you vote yes, you are racist against meat people. All right, good luck, everybody.
And I'll know.
Just kidding. I have no idea. For all I know, it's anonymous. At the very least, I don't know how to check. So y'all decide. Listen, I'm leaving it up to the people. I guess it's equivalent of like marrying someone who is like on deathbed and cure them. Right? People die in 10 days. They'll be a widow in less than 2 weeks. It's true. We cure Pajul. I know. But it's like, is this equivalent? Is being a meat person more equivalent of having a terminal disease, or is it equivalent more as a different race? I think depending on your answer to that question depends how you approach this. Exactly. I think people who said yes approached it from a terminal disease standpoint, and then other people who said no approached it as like a race standpoint. So, honestly, it's a hard poll. It was a hard question. Things to think about, you know? Life lessons through a dodo. Alright, Pajul. You have been cured. Look at Pajul! They're like, that's not who I married! What if Gargo was like, bro, what the fuck? I was doing it for the money. Like, why did you cure them? Kirko is like not happy that you did that. Oh my god, that's really funny to me. 19 days, I have concerns about little old Satan. I don't know what's gonna happen with him. I have zero idea what's gonna happen with little old Satan. We should have called him Little Satan. You only love me for my schmeat, right? It's like when the beast turns back to a human and Belle's like, oh, great, yeah. No, that's super great. I'm glad, I'm really happy for you. You know, yeah, no, I didn't know that that's what was you were gonna look this way after you changed back. Thank you, Leader Love Bejewel, and only Bejewel for the rest of my life. No, where is that meat sack? They're like looking around, it's like, I'm Bejewel, and they're like, no, you're not. I don't believe you. I think it would be cool if there was an interesting thing that what we're doing right now, where it's like if they're married, but then we cure them, do they have a reaction? That would have been a very fun interaction. Can you swap between the two? I have no idea. Ooh, let's nurture the children. Hello, everybody, and by that I just. Why didn't the other one be nurtured? Interesting. Fascinating. Alright. Oh, we got a god tier. Oh, we're back to god tiers? Oh yeah, that's right, we finished leveling everything up. Okay, so I believe we got everybody. So let's go ahead and grab this. Oh, let's do this. Let's try out our before sacrificing him. Let's see if we can try out the table thing instead of ascending. Let's walk. Come here, big guy. Actually, wait, hold on. Oh, we're gonna walk him for the affection, and then we can ride him. I forgot that we could do that. Interact, ride. Yeehaw! Off to the table, boy. Let's go. Charge! Oh, hey. Did I interrupt? Hey, what's going on? Shepherd, we have discussed amongst us, and one of us is an imposter. This intruder, and she cannot stay here. She swung the axe and ended so many lives. Your benevolence is noble, but this animal does not deserve it. She must leave Woolhaven. Make your choice. No, fuck you. Indoctrinate. She is one of us, whether you like it or not. You're dead. It's none of your business anymore. You have no business about who stays and who doesn't. You're dead. What? Like, ugh. Anyway, they're being very picky for people that I just brought back. Don't get me wrong. She killed them. I get that. But like, she's like literally sewn her eyes shut. She literally removed her eyes for denying the god that made her do it. So she could be happy and healthy in my cult. Exactly. No, indoctrinate. Where will I go now? Oh, the statue's so good. All right, well, let's. You are too forgiving, Shepherd. May history remember you as such. She better not find her way back here, or I'll and start foaming at the mouth. You have a kind heart, youngster. All right, died of old age. All right. There's so many damn things. Y'all are all dying and things happening, and I need to come back and breed the cow. That. Where's the cow? Drake, where's the cow? They're in here somewhere. Okay, where is the dead person? Did y'all already move them to the thing? Wow, that was crazy. Yeah, I took it, but then I couldn't, like, when you get off of it, they come back on their own. Or at least that was the case with the quest line. There you are. All right, come here. We'll breed the cow. Oh, look, golden poop. I wonder who did that. Looks at Midas. All right. We are gonna go ahead and breed the cow. We are going to, where is he? So prime cowish with the fact that we can mix different ones is kind of crazy. I did a spider earlier at one point just to see what would happen. I guess we should do another cow. Is there another cow who's old? Don't look it. Eddie the prime bull. The fact that this costs sin is wild, by the way. Just saying. They're so cute. They're so cute. Alright, don't give follower me. Okay, just a bunch of variable fruits and vegetables. I'll take it. Hello again, welcome back. Now... no. Prime Yakish. No, that's you. Nope. Come on. I'm gonna need you to a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. No. Can y'all like move or something? Fine. You know what? Prime Yakish. We're just gonna we're gonna do this one. All right. Come on. Let's go! Hopefully this time there won't be anything crazy. I'll be with you 1 second. If they're like, hey, did you do something to my husband? This guy is saying that there's a meeting. It will be absolutely hilarious if that ends up happening. Like, actually funny if we ruin their entire relationship. Alright, and then we go for a walk. Release? Okay. Hold on. Maybe... Okay. So nothing really happens. From what I can tell. So this doesn't do anything. Okay. Good to know. Huh. Yeah, it must be. We can try again during the blizzard. Alright, down we go. Let's bring her into our cult. Oh, y'all are deciding my fate? Hey, what are you doing over there, Midas? You better not be being a jerk. Alright, okay, so you got all the things you want. Into the spider nest in the sky. It's like, bah. Bah? Alright, you are just stuck there forever. So have fun with that. Twitcher to Sin, thanks for chat. Ooh, okay, Fester. You look good on you. Alright, which one of y'all has something? Where's one of y'all has something. Wasn't it you? Didn't you have something for me? I guess not. Alright, Gorgo. Sorry, I wanted to... Okay, well, fine. F me, I guess. Alright, let's see here. That's nothing. Oh. Alright. Oh! Triceratops! Ceratopsid! Oh! Oh! Look, it just points at the screen. Oh! Wojak. Wojak face. Oh, crap. We also need to, we also need to do an ad break. I forgot about that. All right, quick ad break. We're going to go back to standing the standing desk, get some water, get some food, and see y'all in 3 minutes. Sarah? I'm fine with that. I like Sarah more. because it's pronounced like S-A-R-A-H, but it's C-E-R-A. Wait, is this a royal pooper? Oh shit. Well, they are a child of a dragon, but I'm used to them sucking. I'm used to them not being good, because so far, 2 of our dragon children, the first one betrayed me, stole my money, and then attacked me in the wild, and the second one is just a coward. So I'm like, an actual good child of a dragon? That's crazy. That's nuts. Oh. Just stretching. This is a reminder to also stretch, by the way. Stretch your legs. Make sure you're not sitting down for too long. Making sure you're taking care of yourself. Stay hydrated. Some dragons can be parents, good parents. I think that just applies to everything. There are good parents or bad parents. Well, with the exception of the ones where they don't parent. You know what I mean? So like the animals that don't take care of their young aren't classified as good parents. They leave. So anything that can parent, there are good parents and bad parents. Like cocoa birds, exactly. Well, my dragon babies ended up being really good. Well, mine have not. Mine have not been good. If only. Couldn't be my goat Spinosaurus, right? Every Spinosaurus is a good parent. Prove me wrong, paleontologists. Puts on sunglasses. Duke Nukem voice. Alright, just so we can get the music off to a different beat. Alright, and now put it in a nursery. Nurture children. Man, a worm, a Satan, and a Triceratops. All in the same little area together. Hell yeah. Oh, Shadow has reached old age. My god. We're just vibing until ads are over in about 20 seconds or so. Let's get some food in here. This I don't know what that requires. It requires something. One of mine looks like a traditional Chinese dragon. He's my favorite because he was born the year of the dragon from the Chinese. Oh, that is pretty cool. I like that. Cheese fondue. Hell yeah. That's cool as hell. Anyway, welcome back. We said hello to the Triceratops, put them in here, cleaned up the poop, gave everyone attention, made people food. Let's bring more in people. Will you stream the Monday? I will stream the Monday. However, know that Monday's going to be Spoiler Monday. It's going to be a new thing that I'm doing. But it's going to be fun. I'm excited for it. So if you don't want to be spoiled for future projects, then don't stop by Monday. We'll use him. It's a sin zombie. Is it some only? This first one will not be. This first one's gonna be for everybody. It's gonna be kind of like an introduction of like, hey, this is what we're gonna be doing on Mondays. This is what we're gonna be doing from now on, and then from then on out, it'll be sub only. I was going back and forth whether or not to do it, just because it's a part of me that's just like, I don't like doing that kind of stuff. But also part of me is just like, it seems like a good way to have it, the people who want to be spoiled to be present and people who don't want to be spoiled not to be present. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Rumor has it the Chinese fondue only causes illness to your lactose intolerant followers. That's really funny. All right. Is there any? Let's see if there's anyone that wants in on this for a moment. Basically, what we're talking about, Mac, is that usually I stream Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday. That's usually what I do. We do games on Saturdays. We do like community-related stuff on Sunday, whether that be art or just chill games or, you know, whatever we feel like doing. And then Tuesday we do game development. But this week we're doing for the first time a Monday stream where It's kind of like working on future project stuff, like future videos, interactions, like things that I want to make, like creatively, that I've been trying to do in the background, but now I'm going to be like putting in the forefront. So, yeah. Now, yeah, I've been wanting to do lore videos for a long time for Idealist and the Summons and Paleomancers and all that other kind of stuff, but it's just been so difficult getting started that I'm thinking, you know, maybe a stream dedicated to it will help really put my foot in the door, similar to the game dev thing. We've been doing the game dev streams for almost 2 years now, and we're still sticking with it, so I think there's something to it. All right. No one's needs to come in, so 1, 2, 3. All right, Nodi, and 1, 2, 3. They have pedigree. Damn, what's with everyone pedigree? Hippo Man, huh? Let's go. Get in here. Come in here, Mr. Hippo. Why are you sick? What? All right. How are you doing? Convert me to your cult. I'll follow your teachings faithfully. Damn right. Oh my god, look at her traits! Oh my gosh. Hold on. Can we get some good robes for her? Oh, the flowers might be really nice. Let's make sure that she's nice and warm. Let's make sure oh, and then follower gains a mortal trait. Hold on, before I give that to her, let's see here. She's blind, pure of heart, guard, chases wolves away, coward, may run away frightened. Okay, so we can get rid of the coward trait by comforting her. As said, decrease in generation but increase productivity, hates snow lambs, and masochistic. Gain sin each day they are in prison. All right, so now let's make them immortal. Boop. I can't give it to him? Maybe I did. Oh, I did. Okay, cool. All right, welcome in, Hogger. She's ace? I didn't know that. Tend the farms, but first, reassure. Do you see the guy in the background possessed as shit? It's okay. Everything's gonna be fine. In the background, it's like foaming at the mouth. The black snake coming out of their ear sockets, and it's just like everything's gonna be fine. Everything's fine here. It's like, oh. I have no idea. Oh god, that was so funny. Hey, Fester, you good? You good, champ? All right, just check it. Oh my gosh, that was really funny. Hey, Barada, welcome back. Leader, we returned safe from the missionary. We found a lot of bones. Thank you. Oh, that is a lot of bones. Thank you. All right, go to bed. All right, let's go in here. Sermon. We have so many people now. All right, what do we got? Anything else? Oh god, we should remove her blindness as well as that other bad trait she has. Blindness would be good. I think the blindness trait replacement is a solid get. The so we need 60. We need a couple more golds. We can do that. More gold. More gold. And then because we're using so much gold, let's get some of these fragments going. To go swimming with the catfishes like people do in dolphins, but couldn't find a place. Well, I mean, aren't catfishes like not nearly as big as dolphins? Did we? Okay, we already nurtured them. Okay, good. Just making sure. Let's see here. Get all this going. Interact. Is this Eddie? Who is this? Who am I? Okay, that's Eddie. They are glitched together. They've made it and now they're inseparable. Classic couples. We all know those kind of couples. You know what I mean? How big can catfishes get? All right, off you go. I should probably breeded them. Okay, one more. All right, prime Lamish with a Lamish mate. Oh, did we? Oh, we separated them. Let's go. They're not the only couple in town, and now they're freaking out about it. All right. Good job. You did such a good job. Anyway, goodbye. I made him a single parrot. Y'all want me to see them be a single parrot? Y'all want me to see it do it again? All right, what's up? Wise leader, I love being married to Pajo. No fucking way. There's no fucking guys. There's no way. No shot. I love being married to Bejewel, of course, but well, isn't Alice the Destroyer lovely? Maybe they could spend time together in the mating tent together. No way! There's no way. It was because he was a meat person. I told y'all. They were down for the meat. That's crazy. Oh my god. I mean, I kind of want to see where it goes. I kind of want to see how this leads. Oh, they're just a cheater. I mean, they might be. Okay, so on one hand, they're just a cheater. But on the other hand, we changed one of the major facets that attracted to them in the first place. You know what I mean? Alice is not a meat person. That is true. That would be hilarious if true. I want to see how this ends. So, before I make this decision, no, I do not support cheating. I think it's a really, really, really shitty thing to do. But I do want to know how this ends. I want to know if this will then create like, okay, so now the narrative that this will cause is something that I want to see. Because I want to see if Sekiro, not even for the sake of content, just my own personal curiosity of like, yeah, I mean, the right decision is to decline this quest. So I'm saying that right now. I agree that the right decision is to decline and be like, no, cheating is bad. I bet Bajal will ask you to kill them. Well, like, we'll see. We'll see. But here's the thing. This is so, like, think about it. Pajul, we cured Pajul because he got married. He literally changed himself for this marriage only to be cheated upon. That is a story of the ages and as old as time. Right? Crazy. All right, let's see it. All right, let's see here. It is Alice. Watch like no, there's like no chance. Oh, the chance to breed is actually pretty low. It's actually pretty low. So let's see. God, oh, I thought they were rejected for a second. Interesting. Polyamorous? There's no fucking way. There's no way this guy got a random polyamorous trait from this situation. There's no guys. This has to be a bit. This has to be programmed. There's no way. There's no way that they got the polyamorous trait from the cheating. This is why. This is a wild narrative. This is a wild narrative. Gorgo, okay, Gorgo, we can agree Gorgo's awful. It's horrible, right? We're all in agreement with that. Gorgo sucks. Okay, good. Gorgo sucks. Gorgo sucks. Polyamory has to be part of this. I'm sorry. They have to be doing it. Ascetic decrease sin process sin, ignores dissenters, invigorated by cold, cynical. I mean, kinda, yeah. We could murder Gorgo. We could straight up sacrifice Gorgo. I want to see how this ends, though. I want to see how this goes. As far as the overall narrative of what's happening right now, because every step seems to be wild, but they are going to die at the end of this. Actual murder. They cheat, but they went to have a kid with someone instead of their spouse. Exactly. Fucking wild. After they became not a meat person anymore. Actually crazy. Honestly, I like pacifist in this situation. They're polyamorous and a pacifist. I like it. So we'll do that. I swear, if their partner comes up to me saying I'm suspecting they're cheating, my heart's gonna break. What? But Joel doesn't know what? Oh, Gorgo, I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna murder you. What the fuck did you just say to me? Excuse me? Oh, you got a day tops. If it wasn't for the curiosity of what's gonna happen next, you'd be dead in the water. What the hell? What the hell? They gave up being a meat person for them, and this is what they get for them? Absolutely crazy. Holy shit. What if that was their partner having a heart attack? I was gonna lose my mind. I was actually gonna lose my mind. Oh god. Holy shit. This game is amazing. Break the egg. The kid didn't do anything wrong. I'm not gonna sick it on the... I'm not gonna treat the kid any wrong. Any worse. Just because you're a child of a cheating couple doesn't make you a bad person. The sins of the father do not equate to the sins of the son, you know? We'll lose our happily married trait if Gorgo dies. That is true. Does not deserve to be born. That's a little extreme. That's a little extreme. The sins of the father do not reflect the sins of the son. Alright, let's see here. More. Get these. Those are fine. Anything else here? Everything seems good. Okay, cool. Move on to murder their father for the act of revenge. That would be crazy. That would actually be nuts. Like, can you imagine at the end of this, the end of this arc, is that the kid learned about what their what the cheating parent did? Interesting. Okay. Well, now we just have to fight. How is our fleece situation? 88. All right. We need a little bit more. Okay. Let's fight the boss and lose. Because we're good at that. Oh, wow. You died in like 10 seconds ago? Wait, Ludo did? Ludo died? Oh, we're gonna have to bring them back. We'll bring them back after the boss fight. Alright, now... Alright, what do we got? Ooh, hammer. Merciless ass crit? Ooh, crit might be good. Let's do crit. Path of the Crown. Every single that has a chance to possess. We're not gonna possess nothing. Alright, I guess fire. We got this. We'll have faith. Is he gonna have his monologue again? Let's see. Go. Alright. Alright, that's a good crit. Okay. Oh, we're already in step. Oh, we're already in stage 1. Lovely. Oop. Okay, that's a good crit. Actually, I can't tell. Woo! Woo! Oop, okay. And then we charge. Alright, we're doing good, we're doing good. We're doing good. Okay, I'm loving the crit. Okay, we good, we good, we good, we good, we good. No, get away from me! Now's not the time! Now's not the time! He's like, hey, can I have an autograph? No! It's like, that guy's a jerk. It's like, I'm busy! Try not to die! Oh yeah, no, the art in this game is fucking phenomenal. Ooh. Okay, there's that one. Oh, oh boy, I lost myself. There it is. There we go. Okay. Oh boy. Ooh. 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 Oh. Ooh. All right. He like got tired or something. I'm not sure which. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Oh. Ooh. 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 Oh, it only hit him once. Ooh. No! Ooh, so close. Get back here! Let's go! Let's go! Did down myself once. I knew it. I knew we were gonna win that time the whole time. Don't go back. Don't go back like 3 minutes. No. No, no, no. Lose it all. We have lost it all. Must gods always win? Indoctrinate every time. No. I will not. I will never be controlled again. Well, your choice, I guess. Yum. All right, what do we got? Oh, we got a... Is that a permanent half heart? I'll take it. We defeated Marcosius. I mean, we are not great right now. Our current situation, we're not, doesn't look good, tell you that much. His enemies missed the first warning. Oh yeah, no, that's... We can put their followers on a pike. I think we're not in a great spot. Oh? We were lost, but now we are found. Our shepherd, take us to her. We are ready. We are ready. We are ready to rot. It is time. It is time. The ritual, let it all end. I just wanted to see if I could talk to the tentacles. Hey man, what's up? Not about you. There's really nothing we can do about that? Am I on fire here? I'm not on fire here. Okay. Well, down we go. Also, it's a shame we couldn't indoctrinate Marcosius, even though I understand why. Same. It's unfortunate, but I get it. No. I have to, like, perma-kill you? Unless they found another way of going about it. The land people weren't exactly the best civilization. I also suspect that. Oh, we have fire and ice that we could also be here. Alright, let's see here. We give Let's clean this up. I don't know why no one else is cleaning up the poop of the child stuff, but alright, so that's fine. We gotta use the stereotypes to finish the game. So it seems. I generate sin thanks to Twitch chat. Let's go! Okay, Abbas, where are you? Abbas is just like, suddenly I feel like I want to ruin a marriage. It would have been hilarious if it was you-know-who got it. But yeah, let's bring you back. Let's bring Rack ready before we do anything else. Hold on. Hey man, what's up? Leader, I've returned safe from the missionary. Managed to find bones. Perfect. We're gonna bring someone back. Abbas is like, oh. It's like, please, I got a little something in my throat. Do you mind if it's just like? Yeah, welcome to being old, Ra. All right. Well, let me ask you this, Ra. Do you want to be old, or do you want to be ascended while you're still breathing? Do you want to die naturally, basically? All right, Ludo, get up here. You're in the Dodo cult. We're here for you're here forever. There is no permanent death here. All right, Ra. What's your consensus? Do you want to be ascended? Oh, we don't have enough. Oh, we don't have enough bones. Never mind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh no, it's beyond lifelong. It's multiple lifelongs. Dying is not a. This cult is like your student loan payments. They are going after death. Tell you what. Everyone's just like, ew, you brought someone back to life, and I'm like, yeah. Aren't you happy about that? No. All right. Let's go pick up our... Not what I wanted to do, but I'll take it. Right. I'm also very surprised. All right, let's see here. Make sure we have all these. All right, let's go ahead and... All right, prime cowish with... Where's our boy? Where's our Eddie? Interact. First milk. Then we harvest. Hey Ludo, what's up? Spinosaurus rules. Amen. Amen. Oh god, what do you want, Gorgo? Great leader, you know me. I have a lot to love to give. I'd also like to give some to... Hey Loam. How are you doing? How are you doing, Loam? Sorry, I took a deep sigh because Gorgo is a cheating hoe. Gorgo was always the problem. Gorgo was always the problem. Always. But again, the narrative that is unfolding, we have to see it to the end. We stay strong. We gotta stay strong. The plot thickens. All right. Okay. Let's get this going. Let's give this guy a nice good pet. And now off to the heavens. Let's see if we can get some snails in here. So before we do this one, let's do Prime Lamish and Ratty Jr. Let's see what comes out. I think it's a 50-50. Hey, let's go. They're just a hoe. Once a hoe, always a hoe. Am I right or am I right? They're stuck, so we'll just wait for that. I guess we'll just go forward with it. increasing our population accordingly, tell you that much. They've always been nurtured. Alright, let's see here. Where are they? Astrala and Gorgo the Hoe. They're not even like they're not even like lustful. It's honestly crazy. Poet, honestly giving them a poetry would be pretty funny. A bum of a kid. Even though they all are not like, maybe not. All right, what do we got? Pure of heart. You do get a baby. Oh, do you have preference as far as what you want the traits to be? Have a good one, Ludo. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful having you. Hopefully I see you tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. So we have Pure of Heart, Winter Worshipper, Ascetic, Zealous, Unrepentant, Petable, Strong Constitution, and a Poet. So what would you like to do, Astrala? Your kid, your decision. If it was two of y'all, two of you would choose one or two, depending. Pure of Heart, but also Unrepentant because that's hilarious. Hell yeah. Unrepentant. Yes. That's honestly really funny. I have all this sin and there's nothing I can do about it. And both of you. Excuse me, leader. I wrote a poem and I wanted to hear it. I love poop. Yes, I do. I love pups. So do you. I'll do it next time. Giorgio. I don't know what I don't know why Giorgio is like the person. That was the last time, I swear. Thank you, leader. I don't believe you. Hey, Foxy, how you doing? I don't know if it got... Oh, did it get skipped? Oh, I'm sorry. I can also read it here. It is my pleasure to rest my weary soul here. I must admit, I have many things I wish to offer. Thanks for your generosity. Allow me to train, become stronger, so that I may venture to the wilderness and hunt the bones of monsters' old faith. Hell yeah, Mac! Hell yeah! That's awesome. Mac, the warrior of our tribe. Or cult. Did we do this? Oh, right. We could do this. I don't know. I don't know what that poem was. That seemed more like a chant than a poem, but what do I know, right? What am I aware of? So we're going to go ahead and do that. Do that. Oh, I should probably also grab all these, which is probably mostly grass at this point. Okay, cool. He's just stretching by that. Okay. I think Little Satan is taking his first steps. Somewhere. He's off doing Little Satan things, and I want to rename them from what they currently are into Little Satan. All right, I put the egg in the nest. Don't you worry. All right. Oh, another person.
You give me one.
All right, get this meat boy in there. Keep him away from you know who. Soso eats the egg? I didn't know that. Alright. Alright. Uh-oh. Predators are gone. The lambs have been returned to me. Our shepherd has arrived. It is time to complete the ritual. The heart of the mountain calls, come, shepherd. You will shepherd us to the end. Hey guys, I think something's wrong with the lamb god. And everyone's just like, you think? My guy, you think? Hold on, wasn't there a thing over here? Where's Mr. Man? Here you are. You swear proudly the members of Valor in battle. Here you go. Gah, small thing you are. How are you the last? I am stronger. I would have brought pride to our kind. Yingya hid us here. She did not believe we could fight. She did not believe we could win. She did not believe in us. Oh! What the fuck is that? What is this? I think that's a chihuahua. Burrow underground for 4 seconds, creating spikes and burn enemies on touch. Okay. All right. Well, there's that. You, the shepherd, what great battles have you won? I killed gods. What did you do? I get like really aggressive. What did you do? You just died. Who's the one alive, huh? Me flossing in front of him. Who's alive? That's what I thought. Alright, let's see what this is. Heart of the mountain. Down we go. Alright. This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, right. Okay, so another boss. Oh. It's time to complete the ritual. Well, they're giving me weapons, so just saying. Zealous Sword. Collective Fervor also increase your divine inspiration bar. That one might be good to level up some tiers, but Vampiric of a slain foe. Honestly, all these are not very... I guess this one. I might be able to hear off of the little guys. Burn on hit is pretty good. Alright. Ooh, I love this distance change. We are close, so close. Many years have we lost the gold, and we are close. We are ready to rot, ready or not. It is time, the ritual, let it all in. Heed our call, the mountain calls you home. Come home, last lamb, come home. Hey, is this where hey, I'm seeing a lot of lack. Okay, hey land, guys, how you doing? The heart of the mountain. Jaeger's heart cut from her chest by us. We need it for the ritual that could call up dead lamb souls here. We need it to create the rocks. Y'all killed your own god? They were racist, I knew it. The manifestation of all of our suffering. The rots consumed the world and every last lamb died. But you did not die. The wear the crown we died for. Lay down your life and join us. Then the ritual will be complete. Then the world will rot. You killed your own god, my guys. Lay down your life and join us. Decline the whole way. Fuck y'all. Give me all the wool I gave you. Then the ritual will be complete. They give cults a bad name. Then the world will rot. Yeah, I'm gonna keep declining. Because fuck y'all. Oh, that's a lot of souls. Ooh, the music. Oh boy. Okay, that's a couple of them. Oh man, the music is so fast right now. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Get out of that bell. I'm a sucker for masks that open up into faces. Okay, go ahead and do the thing. There it is. Oh, okay. That slow motion almost threw off my groove. Oh. Ooh. That was so much easier than the wolf boss. That was so much easier. What the fuck was that? Why was the second boss like that 3 times harder? The rot, it chokes and burns. This is what we've done to you? Yeah, forgive us, please. We defiled you. Yeah, you killed your own god! The pain is not on the end. The end does not end. Inga, we are sorry. We have damned you and denied you peace. Forgive us. We are ready to forgive. Let the seasons turn. Let rot become renewal. Let us begin again. Oh! Look, it's so cute! Inga, where? What has happened? Oh, I don't remember. Am I your flock? Oh. Wouldn't be the first god under our wing. Hey, trophy for beating Inga. Let's go. Right. Thank you for playing, noble disciple. Please spread the good word for near and far. The blessed divine teacher of the mighty lamb. That's it. We beat the game. Let's go. I mean, we still have side quests and stuff we could do, but we beat it. Hell yeah. Time to repopulate. I don't know. There seems to be a lot of that happening. We are like 40 people. That was good. Like maximum immediate reaction. Yeah, we recreated across many lands in Australia. Ooh. Did get a loving memory of River Boy. Yeah. We have River Boy, and now his grandchild will be... Actually, is he grown up now? Is Shmungus River Boy? Or Shrungus Boy? Alright, let's see here. We are heavily lacking in lambs. We are. Alright, let's do a couple of these. Couple of these. We have a lot of meat because there's a lot of wolves. And then now, let's see what y'all decide. Oop. What do you got? Befuddled. Oh, great. You all started drinking. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, let's... hopefully the kids... Think of the children! Y'all are going too crazy with it. Hello, Calamar. How you doing? Y'all are getting super befuddled. Something's fun to do here, right? Dark want decay. Y'all are... This one's rotten, naturally ability, celibate, and a sculptor. Sculptor? Creates ice sculptures during winter? That's bad? Maybe they take up the room that the lambs would be going. Clean up the place. There you are. Hey, Jude. Hey, little Satan. How you doing? Oh, we can't do anything with them yet. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of people are just now sick and throwing up and kind of crazy. Alright. Stop fighting! Smog, Amos, stop it. Even Pajul is just like, stop it. Literally stopped eating. Alright, y'all... Everyone's sick! Guys, stop fighting in the bushes! Oh. Oh, God, what? This is why you're... There's so many of you that are lightweights, too. I literally have alcohol waiting to be drank, and none of you have drank any of it. Hey, Romungus boy, how you doing? What do you... I hope you run up to you, but I'm not going to the nursery. Okay, fine. Then I'm gonna nurture you at the very least. You haven't opened the bar? Oh! Well, I'm not doing it now. Hey, so y'all have more than enough to drink. What's up, Hagry? Leader, it would be so funny if we pulled some hilarious pranks on Witness Epos. They're a real picky eater. Let's make them eat poop. Yeah, why not? Gorgo, I swear to God. Gorgo. Keep it in your damn pants. If it wasn't for me seeing how this is gonna end, I swear to God. I swear to God. A little secret. Don't tell Bejewel. Oh, you're lucky. You're so lucky. All right, let's see here. I beg you, indulge me into your cold. I will not stray. All right, let's see here. Woolly will never freeze. Conductive, higher chance to be struck by lightning. Won't die when struck. Hates snow lambs. Hold on, let's see here. Is there any way to immortalize them? We do not have a gold skull necklace, unfortunately. So we'll wait until we'll survive a natural death necklace. We'll destroy it after. I guess this is the closest thing that we'll get to it. All right. I mean, it's different every time until I see multiple, until I see repeat voice lines. I'm gonna keep going forward. Go ahead and worship. Welcome in. All right, let's fix this. If only repairs were that easy. Am I right or am I right? Okay. You are nurtured. All right, let's see it. Let's see this where this freaking goes, I guess. All right, guys, it's finally happened. It's finally happened. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I effing knew it. It was because he was a meat person. I fucking knew it. Don't get me wrong, also cheating, but like straight up cheater. But you know he is. He's a freak. And they're good. They're friends. Oh no. Oh my gosh. All right, we got. Oh, it's gonna be rotten right off the rip. We got ascetic. We got cynical, petable, rotten. What if we did rotten? Can we double dip rotten? We can't double dip rotten. Okay, never mind. Germaphobe, petable, zealous, produce sin faster, generate skin but increase productivity. It got ascetic twice, so I kind of want to go into it. All right. It's like finally. I finally. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What is it? I can't help it. They all love me. You understand, don't you? Oh, I hate you. I want you to die so bad. I hate it. I hate it. Oh my gosh. I hate it so much. He's sleeping next to the eggs. I don't know if that's adorable or concerning. Get all these. When did this happen? Oh, hello, welcome back. Smuggler's leaders returned safe. Managed to find... Oh, perfect, honestly. You... Go to sleep. Let's have a sermon. Just saying, if he wants to suddenly mate with me, please kill. You know what? I will. If he says you specifically, he will die. That's the trap card. It's like one of these cookies is filled with rat poison kind of situation. Ooh. Enable or disable Winter from Inga's Shrine in Woolhaven? Oh. So you can just not have Winter anymore. Now, that's kind of cool. Now it's like, if I don't want to deal with that mechanic, you don't have to. Interesting. You can now turn Winter on and off at the Inga Shrine. Okay. Excellent. Alright. That is completely understandable, Tino. You are completely valid for that. I just really hope it stops soon. The narrative. It's gross. I don't like it. No! And married. Well, to be fair, when I looked, it looked like you were just married to them. I think me remarrying you to someone else has made us not married, but I do like the narrative where it's just like, yeah, no, you just married me for clout. I like the narrative. I think it's funny. Didn't mean to mate with me. I'd strike him where he stood, right? Exactly. Let's see here. So now, slowly but surely, you're sick. So let's get some. Let's heal up Shamora real quick. All right, there we go. Everyone just stopped being drunk, so I'm not going to open up anything yet. Let's make sure that these are... Yeah, they're good. Okay, cool. Just making sure. All right, let's see what has changed. She's back to normal! Better than normal. Oh. Hell yeah. Oh? Oh? You don't say. So we have a couple more. Hello, welcome. Give me the otter. He's like, hi, my name is... Don't care. We'll rename you. And they're like, what? All right, so that stuff over there. We need 100 for anything else. I'm honestly thinking of focusing on giving offerings to these first before I follow anything. Because this one over here, he didn't really make anything. He just was just like, oh, you suck. And I'm like, you suck. And then I cried on the inside like a real man. Nothing's funnier than toxic masculinity, am I right? Am I right? Let's see here. Yeah, let's check out the thing. Oh, the rot versus Ewfall. Crab for sale. Wait, what? What crab for sale? Can we change form via reindoctrination? Oh, maybe. All right, hold on. Yeah, there's a crab. Yeah, baby crabbish. I'll grab one just for you. Let's see what this is. We can try the reindoctrination and see what happens. Because if that's how it works, we can finally do that without... Because before I was sending people to become golden statues to permadie. That's how I was doing it. Alright, let's try Ewfall? Okay, so I guess this is like, oh, if you wanted to do more rounds of this kind of world, it's no longer like via missioned. It's like, okay, you just go into the one. Got you. Oh, so we can get some fish. We can travel to any chamber in a row. Higher chances for relic spawning, and when hit, a random enemy will be struck by lightning. Honestly, not bad. The dagger is always a little risky though, but with a teleport, that might be actually not bad. Gonna want to get all of them low, so I can do that. Summon a new weapon with an increased level. Yeah, let's go for it. Great. It's the same weapon. How did I get the same effing weapon? That's crazy. Hi! However, the charge attack of the dagger is so goated. Boo! Is there another one? Hey, how are you doing? Ow. Oh, no. Hurry, get him! Oh, this one's a godly one. Hello. And... Ow. Oh, there's so many bombs! Classic bomb dogs, am I right? Classic. It's like, wait a minute, what? Give me those flowers. Oh, wait, I can do this. Ooh, okay. Axe. We love. Oh, is that hammer? That's hammer. We love hammer. Ow. The invincible charging wolves have always been a problem too. All right, let's see here. Oh, right. This one's counted. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. There we go. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh. 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 Ow. Oh, the wall blocked me. I was like, why can't I move? Your thing didn't go off. Ooh, the mace. Hello. Give me all this gold. All right, what do we got here? Ooh, we need wool. Perfect. And we don't got to worry about the pathing because yo boy got the thing where I can just go into any row. So, all right. All right, well, let's see here. We want to... Oh, what? Why can't I go over to the left or right? This is bullshit. I can't go left. What do you mean I can't go? Oh, there it is. Okay. I could do that. Got you. I can't go left, but I could go right. Yeah, sure. Whatever. 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 Ooh. 50% chance to gain a diseased heart or 50% chance to deal damage to all enemies. Sure, why not? I don't think I've collected that yet, which is why I grabbed it. I want to do science. I made a new line. It's just like, yeah, that's good. Ooh. Lore! Lore! Conditions: harsh, cold, snow, unknown, graves, ruins, abandoned, godless, suitable, lightning, captured, power, quenchable, early, experiments, failure, subject, survival rate, none, better death than indoctrination. I will free them. I'll free them all. Death to the gods. You know, he, even though he was an enemy, he was, like, right. He was, like, you know, kind of right. Money for food. Honestly, yeah. Oh, wait. Or is that different than what I'm understanding it? Chest drop food, not gold. Oh, we're not doing that. Alright, and boop. Aha, damage to everybody. I think. Oh. Boom, boom, and bomb. Oh, the charge. Yeah, let's do... Oh, how did I get another... Guys. What did you give me? Guys. What happens when I pick up this thing? Hey guys. I can't equip it. I literally can't equip it. I literally can't. I'm trying. I still have mine. I can't equip this at all. For a second, it wouldn't swing, by the way, and I was like, did I? Interesting. That might be just a glitch. Ow. All those small things. Alright, get that. Ow. Truth care. Truth brings. She left me roses by the stairs. Lets me know she really cares. Say it ain't so. I wanna go. Turn the lights on. Carry me. Woo! Carry me home. Woo! Oh gosh! Move! That's what I mean by the mace is like a commitment. Move, move, move! It won't. You can't roll when you're in that third form. Guys, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. The space is killing me. Hey man, how you doing? All right, time to get in here. Time for the boss. We got this. We're fine. We can go straight to the boss right now, but we need some health. Not the underdog. Honestly, y'all don't deserve. We can do Hogger? We're not doing that. That's wild. Okay. This ain't on y'all. We're heading back. This ain't on y'all. All right. Let's do a last ad break of the day. Get some water, get some food, stretch, hydrate. See y'all in a sec. And we're going down, down, down to the bottom of the sea. Something, something, something. And with Gary. Down, down, down. And the bottom of the sea. A true earlier knows when to retreat when the fruitless battle. True. Amen. Amen to me, I guess. Praise the dodo. And everyone's like, praise the dodo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Death is never permanent, Ed boy. All right, let's see here. Let's see if I have any, because I'm seeing some instant messages here. Checking on the Discord. Make sure everything's good to go. Make sure everything's good. Okay. Alright, I was just reading a message. I mean, I used to worship Shamora, but I suppose you're a suitable replacement. Well, I was gonna say, Shamora is like over there, if you want to talk to them. They just point and they're like... If Shamora isn't up and about, we need to resurrect them. Because, oh, by the way, it turns out if they die, and you bring them back, they stop being like themselves. They still look the same, but I don't think the game registers them as the gods anymore. Yeah, that guy. We have so many dead people though. So it's hard to... So if you are dead and you want to be alive, you're going to have to speak. because I'm not gonna know. Because there's a lot. There's a lot of you that are dead. A lot of you that are dead that used to be in the chat that aren't in the chat. At least, today at least. Because to know what variants the Triceratops forms has. Same. So let's see if re-indoctrination works. Because that could be interesting. That could be interesting. We also need to get the third level of the exorcism table. See if we can remove the blind trait from what's her name. And we also need to get the special child, chosen child thing going. They don't make the other bishops immortal. They just do it for Narander specifically. Yeah, it is a little odd. It's honestly a little odd. I wish they didn't, because the only reason some of them are still alive are because I have the gold necklace, and I just don't have enough gold necklaces to go around. Is that something that I can bake? Let's see. I doubt it, but... Oh no! Orphans! No! My boy! Into the poop pit with you. They do give us rocks though. I mean, technically, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I wonder how that happened. That's so crazy. Alright, get all this up and going. Perfect. Boom, boom. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, right. It was, oh, you're also old. Ew, old. Pre-existing condition. It's funny. Woolhaven. Oh, right. These are done, so I just need to grab them. And now I can make this, right? Perfect. Boom. Anything else that I need to make? I technically need to make... That's already built. Technically I need to make the racing gate. Which is funny. We'll put that like over here. Oh, I didn't realize there was one more here. It was dark. Maybe. Alright, let's get you some food. Sarah is now out and about. Get... That's mine. Just down. Oh my gosh, they're covered in poop. Give you a little bit of that. What do we got? Give me your sin, first of all. Oh, they became a monster? Was Alice a monster? Not monster, but a god baby? I don't remember if Alice was a god baby. Like, if that's the case, you get the same mutation as if you had a baby with Narander, which is crazy. Maybe that's like a cheating thing. Boom, boom, boom. All right, Jammer. All right, and put you in the nursery and nurture the children. Is Gorgo a monster? I mean, obviously they're a monster figuratively, but are they also a monster literally? Oh, well. Y'all can take care of that. Oh, well. Y'all got that, right? Right? Alright, there's some stuff that needs to be taken care of. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's... Oh my gosh, there's so many people here. Yeah, man, it was crazy. Who could have seen this coming? Hey, Ika, what's up? Excuse me, Lamb. I had a dream last night of dancing around a great fire. It seems familiar. I'd love to dance again. Would you mind providing Bond Ritual tool? Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, so that's going. I guess, oh gosh, there's a lot happening. First, welcome in. How are you doing? Yes, yes. I don't think everyone wants a new form, but that's fine. I don't think anyone needs to come in though. 1, 2, 3, and if you do speak up, I'll be sure to get you one. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, that was really cool. Yeah, the bee people are just like, nah, no, not me, fam. Aww, are you a coward? I didn't realize. Pretty sure. Little Satan, what are you doing up here? What's up, little guy? You're just chilling, I guess, huh? Y'all are pooping and pooping and pooping and pooping. I mean, to be fair, I think I'm giving you meat, which gives you a chance to poop. And then everyone's getting sick because everyone's pooping everywhere. It's really a problem. Alright, get in there. Yes, you're hungry. I'm sorry, Schmungus. I believe I'm putting... Oh, nope. Nope, indeed. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, and then the rest is just grass. We have so much grass. Alright, that's going for that. Alright, prepare for burial. There we go. Okay, what about down here? I mean, we do have... oh, let's do this. 12 out of 13. Let's get this crabbish guy in here. It doesn't happen in the next tree. Sure, I'll be formed about. Right? How are you doing? This is not available. Hopefully you're doing well. I feel like something happened with you. I think it was your kid. Yeah, your kid is out and about, I think. Pet. And then we want to mate you with probably one of the, I feel kind of weird about the baby crabbish. Yeah, too young, thank God. Let's do another snailish. Another Ratty Jr. Prime, yeah. Boom. We'll see if it's always the second one. Uh-oh. What's wrong with it? Why is it? What? Oh, it's overcrowded. Oh. Well, that's fine. Where is the... Oh, there you are. Hey, can I want to... Hey, can I please interact with you? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Walk. Alright, cool. Cool, neat. Goodbye. No, it was just crowded. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Cool. Yeah. When it's too crowded. My God, y'all need to stop pooping. That's crazy. All right, and I need to prepare you for burial. I think it's really cool the way they die, though. Follower meet today, maybe next time. Nah, we don't. We do, but also do not. AKA, we eat through just with it being a fertilizer. Did we not do this yet today? Yes, exactly. Not intentionally. More like... Oh, what was this? Oh, right. Yeah, let's do a bonfire ritual. Let's go! Chunga chunga, chunga chunga, chunga chunga, chunga chunga, chunga chunga. Hell yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, there's other stuff happening? What's going on? What's this? Oh, there it is. I'm just here go. I think I'll do whatever. Right. Alright, thank you. Now we do a nice sermon. Oh, wait, in which I talk about, like, hey guys, can we not talk about... Stop! There's so many of us! Ra died of old age. Thank you, you reminded me of something. Well, that's good at least. Ra, where are you? Where did you die? Oh, up here? What are you doing way up here? He died working. He died and he lived. Come on, there it is. Okay, we need to get you ready. And there's golden poops everywhere. Eggs are now ready to hatch thanks to Twitch chat. What in a minute? What's it like to be a... Oh, Leshy was in the crypts this whole time? Oh, that's where he was. I was wondering where Leshy was. Oh. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Alright, what do we got? Yeah, no, she really is they really are a monster, aren't they? Alright, Estrala. What's the name of the little abomination that you have? If you're still here. If not, it's cool. But I'll give you a few seconds to think and respond. Leshy is dead? Yeah, Leshy died. He's just kinda... He doesn't rot though. Even with the whole rot thing going on. Alright. It looks like Estrala is not here. Oh wait, it's ugly. Meteor. Okay. Meteor. I like it. Get it? Because he's meteor? Not meat, I don't think anyway. Alright, cute. We'll put this in the nursery. Okay, so meat, we make a baby meat. Maybe. Mergreamer and Gorgo, that's nobody. So 1, 2, 3, and then Hebrew. Alright. So now, to the nursery. Nurture children. All at once. Get all that faith. Ooh, our Ramonga's boy is growing up. Grown up and ready to serve you. Hell yeah. Perfect. I know, they're very cute. A little abominations, tell you what. Alright, so now we're gonna raise Ra back from the dead. Rituals. Do we have enough? We don't have enough. We need to send people out for bones. We'll get Ra back. Calamar, Shamora, Ramonga's boy. I don't want you to die because we need to get you laid. Midas, I also don't want you to die. I'm not saying I want Piranha to die, but I am saying that we've hit a non NPC character that I'm worried about as soon as they die and bring them back, they're no longer themselves. Y'all will always be yourself. Alright, this is not available. You know what? Let's do Smog. Their mom wanted them to explore the world, so let's do that. Minus having 100% success to get gold would be very in character. Right. It would be. I don't think you're back quite yet. Alright, so let's see here. Can I re-indoctrinate a follower? Here we go. Where are you, Dino? Alright, let's see what happens when we can do this. Alright. I can't do anything with you. There's nothing I can do. I can't even go up to go to the form. So, unfortunate. We'll get you next time, Mac. So I literally can't do anything, which sucks. Unless there's a way if you try to change it on your end, is there a way to do it? I mean, that cost a sin to do too. Nothing happened. Unfortunate. Maybe I'll Google it for next time, and we'll see. Maybe. It was at least worth to see. Let's do a let's do a couple of teardrops, yeah? Infant God, you have existed since these lands were formed. Or I have existed. I was gonna say I have not. And I have never felt the ether rebel as it does now. You fracture nature's order. You make a plaything of death and fate. You tempt it to break. Cautious, infant God. If you break open the world, who knows what may emerge? Is that a hint of what's happening next? Are we gonna fight Cthulhu next? That'd be kind of based. Skull necklace, skull necklace, skull necklace. I'm also fine with this. Also, we haven't been given the wrought eye to the fishman. Ooh, that's true. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Flag bearing the symbol of our crown. We also need to finish finding the children. We can at least do that. All right. What's the next eye? Or tier. We were talking about eyes. All right. Ooh, follower form. I'm fine with that. Okay, just give me none of what I asked for. That's also fine. But this allows us to double up on our stuff, so that's kind of good. All right. So let us... What was the thing that we wanted? Hold on. I wish I could see the thing. Spore Grotto. So we'll work our way over to the fisherman once we find the children, because I think it's gonna make us find the children in all the other areas. Hello, I'm here, and they're not okay. Y'all, is your business okay? Like, are you good? Are y'all? Hey, yeah. Let's see. Oh, give me all this. Respect your elder's trait. Uh-oh, one of you is. Uh-oh, hold on. There's like a weird thing. Sorry, it was like a little visual effect. I unlocked all the followers. Oh. Oh. Okay, we got poop. We found them. Let's go. No, no, no. Stop fighting us. It's not fair. It's okay, Asa. We'll win next time. The bishop will get us again. All right, we'll get them immediately. All right, back to the cult of the dodo. Yeah, Sosa seems to be doing just fine. I see Sosa in my area being like, wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a half a second. Wait a moment. Alright, got all that. Everything looks pretty decent. Let's make sure we clean up after the kids, nurture the children, so they don't go evil on us. They still will, probably. But I'm gonna make sure that they're raised well, despite their, at least... Huh. One parent being neglectful. Uh-oh. Yoink! Alright, let's see here. Is one of them still a baby? Let's see. Prime Lamish, and is the crab still a baby? Crab is not a baby. Hell yeah. I say more monstrous cuties than monstrosities. Hell yeah. Crab! Who was the father in this one? Crabbish and... I can't tell who was the other one that I put in there. Was it you? It was one of you. And then boop. Off you go. Little Satan. Leader, I'm all grown up. You have guided me and shown me right. I'm ready to serve you. Oh, we need to change the name. Lil hyphen Satan. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, he's so cute. He may be a devil, but he's my little devil, you know? And then we're gonna have you. And do we need more? I kind of want more snails. All right, Ready Junior, you're up. Hell yeah. All right, now we'll go ahead and give you a nice pet.
Oh.
And then off you go. Have a good one. Have a good trip in Spider Heaven. They're like, what? Yeah, everyone goes to Spider Heaven. Didn't you know this? What's... I didn't put that there. What kind of meat was that? Alright, let's clean up the poop. Quest failed. Oh, shit. I don't even remember what the quest was. I'm gonna be real. Minced follower meat? Oh, right. Oh. That's funny. We're cannibals, so they, instead of causing illness, it will increase loyalty. Oh, right. Man, I really don't care. I didn't really want to do it in the first place. Alright, let's see here. What do we got going on here? Alright, what do we got? I have a doctrine! Ranch animals could be burned in the raw burn for additional warmth. Oh! Oh, in the furnace. Okay, so it's not the table. Followers will not freeze during blizzards. Yeah, let's do that one. They are thick-skinned. Look at the back of the little Satan's head. There's like teeth behind there. That's so cool. I really do like the design of it. Well, speaking of the work on the design of it, we need to get River Boy's kid into the mating tent for even more, because unless a certain somebody has some ideas with them. Let's get them in there with anybody else before that happens. Let's see what you all have in Fate in store though first, and then we'll decide. Okay, so that's full. Okay, kids are good. That's good. Everything looks pretty good. The fact our crops are frozen isn't super great, but you know. Oh. Oh. Y'all brought back Airdrie! Let's go! Airdrie has become a child. You turned him into a kid? You gave me more children? Later, I wrote a poem and I'd like to share. Darkwood is green, Honora is orange, Anchordeep is deep, and Sankle is, oh no. I'm not good, is it? I need more practice. Man, you would think with all the poem you've been doing, you would be, you know, good at it. That was meaner than I intended it to be. Oh my god, look at this cool dress. Alright, well, they're a baby now. Oh, well, circle of life, I guess. One person turned to a baby, the other person died of old age. I mean, the circle of life in which a person became a baby. The circle. Alright, let's get all this stuff. Ugh, that's a lot, actually. That's pretty good. Wait, hold on. Does red fertilizer allow it to grow in the snow? That's actually so good to know. That's actually based as hell. I'm trying to do anything that doesn't look like grass. Oh. That's actually coming out really well. It's worse than karma. No. Hey, Thaus, what's up? Leader, the new followers around here have been grown to a certain way of living. Strife creates character. I think simple meals for a while, don't you? Okay. Hey, Sarah, what's up? Well, I've grown. I can stand this place no longer. Your lies no longer. I'm leaving. So let me get this straight, Sarah. You're the only one of these the dragon has that's like any good, and you also betrayed me. 2 out of 3 betrayed me. And off they go. Let's see it. And they are going to take my money because why not? Let's see it. Go ahead. See what happens. And ungrateful children. Yep, they stole 430 gold. She's dead. She's dead when I see her. She's dead. I'm getting my gold back. Fuck that. 430. She took 25% of our gold just from that. I'm not picking up the dragon's egg anymore. Reassure. That's crazy. That is honestly crazy that 2 out of 3. That I've been pretty like on it. Uh-oh. Don't tell me. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. The first dragon egg betrayed me, attacked me in the wild, and died. The second dragon egg was a coward, and then proceeded to, when I sent him out on a mission to explore the world, died anyway. And the third one, which was the only one with a positive trait, betrayed me also and stole 500 gold. That dragon's not getting a lick of anything from me. That's not... They can keep their egg. I don't want their egg anymore. I don't want any piece of it. It has been nothing but trouble, and not a single penny of child support, by the way. Just saying. I'm feeding them, I'm housing them, not a lick of child support. Crazy. Honestly crazy. You know what? We're eating them. We're eating them. Oh my gosh. Unlocked enough Dragon Force, we can all be turned into dragons, right? If I could just find a way to how to do it. I don't know how to make y'all look different. If y'all happen to know, feel free to let me know. Because, like, damn. Little gold poop there. Let's start getting some of these guys out. If anything, we're going to be taking their egg and eating them. Oh, wait, I guess we cooked meals, I guess. Why are they getting all upset? Why is my faith going down? What's going on? What's happening? Well, he was permanently killing us. That seems to be it. These guys get way too overhyped to ancient mythology. Absolute phonies, right? Right? Alright, let's see here. Maybe it's just like a random chance or something. What's this? Oh, right. This is... I can unlock, like, new things for y'all to do. Let's go ahead and, for the furnace, Lars will collect rock grit from the rot burn furnace and deposit it into the refinery. No. I want you to get from the mines into the furnace while I'm gone. And then I want you to collect seed from the ranch? No, we want to collect seeds. Oh wait, hold on. Collect seeds from the ranch and deposit them in the seed silo. Perfect. Perfect. And let's make a couple more cursed U's so that we can give them more stuff to do. Yay! So from the core, stick it in and hope it doesn't cause paradox, kill everyone, and force you to restart the day. Hopefully not. One will hope. Why are y'all so mad? That's what I want to know. Why are y'all so mad at me? Alright, let's do a sermon. Oh, we should have brought someone back, shouldn't we have? Who did we need to bring back? Somebody. I don't remember. I don't know why they're like, oh, you brought someone from the dead? That my faith is down. If someone resurrected from the dead, I would have so much faith. Don't have enough buttons still. We would have had enough if a certain somebody would have accomplished their goal. Piranha, what are you still doing up? Go to bed. Sleep. Old man. Alright, let's see. Let's go turn in the quest. Return to the quest board. Let's do it. Cult like Disney is an understatement. Just a little bit. Ooh, let's do a big one. 60? 60 might be good. 75, perfect. Bold statement to say you're gonna be an actual competent dragon. I feel like that's a high bar considering. Ooh, worm! Or maggot? Question mark? Yeah, how do y'all, like, maybe y'all have to, like, die. You have to die on your end or something. I'm down, listen. I'm down to try whatever. Re-indoctrinate me into a dragon. Do it. But you have to do something about your old something. We don't have a spider, do we? We need a spider that we need to breed back up. Hell yeah. Then I'm glad. That's perfect. What do we got? Leave a trail of icy spikes when dodging. That's actually pretty base. I like that a lot. Alright, what's next? Such cheeky children. You are a very talented seeker. Yeah, uh-huh. I'm essentially babysitting. Smuggler Sanctuary. Alright, let's look. Over there. What about you? Axeratops. Everything else, I think I just need Fleece of Resolute. Am I not wearing it now? Maybe not. Uh-oh. Where's our butcher? Kid grow up, he'll be fine without us. Hey man, how are you? What do you want? Yes, this is one that's tempted for the temptation for the tempted. Oh, right, for not eating. You're welcome, everybody. Glad I helped. Looks around. Sweats. Boop. Boop, boop. This is why we have so much meat, because I have traps full of meat. Boom. There we go. Pick this up. Because y'all are pooping. This was given to me by Riverboy, even though the only plays the flute all day. Right? I don't see any... Oh, hello. What's up? Excuse me, leader. You look so fluffy today. Thank you. You also look fluffy today. I'm just like... Alright, let's see here. Well, first... Nurture the children. Yay! Alright, cool. So now... we need to get... Yes, we need to get Schmungus. Who... Does anyone want to also be... I'm understanding the grandchild... No, it's not Smungus. It's Smungish Boy, right? Yeah. Who wants to have their child be the chosen child? In fact, we'll do a Twitch chat to sign up for this one. Infinite meat machine, because wolves just give us more meat and attract wolves to trap for meat. Exactly. Exactly. Anyone but you. Decide who will be the one to have their child be the chosen one, whatever that means. But we want to see it. We want to see it. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pajul! That's crazy. That's actually nuts. That's so funny. That's so funny. Retribution. Retribution. Their partner is gonna look at being like, oh, that could have been my kid. Let's go. Well, 2 cheats don't make a right, but I'm loving where this is going. Bejewel! Love wins! Look, they're already gold. Naturally obedient, invigorated by cold, deep sleeper, pacifist, and they have chosen child descendant of the purest pedigree. I think nudist is funny, so we're gonna add that. Pacifist would make a lot of sense. They're the chosen child. They're naked and, you know, they don't fight. The ultimate life form. Deep sleeper. Oh, naturally obedient. They are the chosen child. So, chosen child, okay. I'm trying to think which would be more chosen. Being naturally obedient or being able to, like, sleep. So, like, it's a baby that sleeps through the night. You know what I mean? Immune to the cold. But they also work slower during the summer, though. You know what I mean? That's why I'm leaning towards deep sleeper or obedient. Do we want a kid who always does what we ask of them? Or a baby that sleeps through the night and doesn't keep us up? I'm thinking sleeper. I'm thinking as like, that is a chosen child. If every single parent is just like, I haven't slept in 3 years, and I'm like, I've had a good night's sleep this entire time. What are you talking about? They would look at you like you have 5 heads. Like, they're already a pacifist, they're already a nudist, they're a chosen child, they're already gonna be fine. God, why would they ever obey a bishop like me? Exactly. Go ahead and sleep. Go ahead and... Oh, well, not you. You go ahead and sleep. I was gonna say murder!
You've served your purpose.
This is what you get, Gorgo, right? There we go. Comfort the egg. I think we're good to go. I don't want to introduce more people in yet. Can we kill the cheater now? Not yet. I still want to see if there's any progress with Gorgo. If there's, like, especially, like, again, if we've killed Gorgo before now, we wouldn't have had, like, the wild interactions and the way that this has, like, narratively changed over time. Ooh, look at this. Look at this sculpture. It's so cool. They did such a good job. Break ice. No, fuck that. That's great. Why would I break that? That's shit. That's awful. That's awful to just be like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna break it. Let's go to Smuggler's Sanctuary. Oh boy, something happened. That was a lot. Oh, you couldn't wait 5 seconds, could you, Taz? Or this is not available. Oh, not enough. Oh wait, we can do something about this blizzard, can't we? All right, y'all, Julno. Let's see if we can do something about this blizzard by going to that statue and see what happens. Ugh. Yeah, let's see here. Let's do this cow. Let's interact. Walk. There's about to be struck by lightning. Protect them before it's too late. Protect them? They're fine. What do you mean? They're fine. See? Look. They're just fine. Yeah, she won't die. Also, I have a lightning rod somewhere. This is wild how long this is gonna take. But we got this. Ugh. Oh. We got this. I like it that we just walked normal speed and then it was just, the game was just like, oh right, this is a blizzard. That's really funny and very cute. All right. To the altar with you. Oh, it does look like. So it is a thing. Sacrifice animal. Oh? What the hell is that thing? Oh, maybe they collect them. Maybe it's collected. Oh, we have to do this 5 times? Life of roast once more, winter withers. Oh, it's also recharging, so we can't do it this blizzard. Okay, good to know. Hey, the blizzard's still going, by the way. So I guess I'm just gonna full clear it. So we'll wait for another blizzard. And then we'll do it again. What are you deciding my fate on? But before that, I'm gonna make an omelette. Mixed meal, magnificent mixed meal. Look at that. Look at that. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves the mixed meal. And then the people who come in last, they get grass. A follower has pooped out something special thanks to Twitch. What? Something special? Something? What did y'all poop? Where? Who? Hey, what's up? Leader, we have returned safe to the missionary. Brought an offering. Found more bones. Thank God. All right. Oh, you're about to go to bed. Okay, go. I don't need to tell you to go to bed. You're just gonna go. Okay, seriously though, what did y'all magically poop? I genuinely want to know. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's in the house. They poop themselves while they've been asleep or something. Which is pretty funny. Pretty good. Oh, look, another sculpture. Maybe it just takes up room. Maybe that's it. Alright, I can't do anything with them. I can nurture them. Yay! Let's go. Can't do anything with him yet. Alright, seriously though, where's the poop? I'm not seeing it. Alright, can I just like... just take all this? Take all this? But I'm not seeing anybody here. Midas, come here. Midas. No, not you. Midas. Get over here. Interact. Inspire. Sosa fell in love with Nestor. Really? Okay, come on down here. What's up? What's up, my guy? Glorious leader, some elders have been cast from their cult and would like to play. Sure, why not? Why not? Bring them in. We have enough Circle of Life stuff happening right now, so why not? We need to go to Smuggler Sanctuary, because I keep on getting distracted. And then we'll call it. Smuggler Sanctuary, because that one is also where we turn in the eye, right? So let's see what happens. What's up, my guy? I got a thing for you. Achoo! 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 Lamb chop, is that? What's all this then? I keep making a mess of the world. Look at me, poor fish. Cold as can be. Cold, harsh, hostile reminds me of my mother-in-law. Oh, what's that? I'll buy a witness eyes, hey, but that one's all rotten. I can't sell that. You can't trick me, scoundrel. If you want to sell your own wares, it won't be here. Try that at Spore Grotto and somewhere far from me. Okay, so Spore Grotto. Anyway, I'm gonna look for these kids. You have any kids in these boxes? He's like, no, I would never. I mean, take bad luck and it's gonna hit me, potentially. All right, let's see what's over here. Nothing. There has to be something here. He's definitely around here somewhere. Is it by the fish? No. Is it behind the pole? Is it in here? Is it in the grass? Is it in this grass? Is it in... Oh, is it in this rope? No. Where are you hiding him, my guy? Because that's the relic one. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. I can't go out that way. Maybe it can't be during... I mean, we took the blizzard out. We can't get behind this. Is there another place around here that I don't know about? Because I'm like... Oh, maybe it's on a sold out sign? That would have been hilarious if true. No. No. I'm like stumped. I'm like, where would it be? I don't even know. Huh. All right, well, let's go to Spore Grotto. See if we can sell the thing. Even though I don't think that's the case. Hey, what's up? I'm trying to sell this thing. Hey, I'm trying to sell this thing. How about over here? Hey, I have this thing I want to sell. I want to sell this thing to you. Hey, I'm trying to sell this thing. I'm trying to sell this thing to you. So there's nothing here for me to sell the thing. Hey, little mushroom with a mouth on it. Do you want this? Okay. Interesting. Well, might need Sozo to be sane for this. Maybe? How do we sanify him again? It's supposed to be not give him mushrooms, right? But I haven't made mushrooms in God knows how long. Hello, everybody. Oh, that's a tear. More wolves! Alright, let's see. Oh, wait. Up here? What are you doing up here? Spank those wolves. What are you doing up here? Get out of here. Hagar, go ahead and get that one for me. Get out of that. Okay. He asks for a mushroom follower after he eats one you have. You refuse, and when he descends, you lock him up and re-educate him. Oh. What happens if you tell him yes? I have a feeling I did. Hey, what's up? And while I appreciate the living conditions here, I do not wish to speak out of turn. I still wish to say the drinks at the drink house have been cold. Temperature and vibe, it's lures. Okay, I'll no need to use such fancy language. I'll open up the bar. Birth White. All right. Post wit. There you go. Let's get these guys. Yep, perfect. Go get a mushroom from Nora, and when it's indoctrinated, he eats it first chance he gets. You need to get him once, one, I think. And then he just keeps asking for more. You might have the quest. Maybe? Let's see. Alright, let's see here. No. Quests. Find Mushromo in Nora. Oh. That explains it. Okie dokie. We're gonna go ahead and track that one. That's what it was. I was wondering. A sick cow? I don't see a sick cow. Not that I could tell anyway. Hello. Well, if it is, hello. Hey, Midas. How you doing? Up top. It's walking with the followers. I just don't see it. Oh god. Okay, the kids are no longer covered in poop. I see Pumitri. I see Piranha. Oh, wait, hold on. No, those are something else. Those are spiders. Forget to pet the egg. Ooh! Thank you. Have started fighting. No! Where are you? Bring it up! Bring it up, both of you! Remix of soda pop and some AI begging for donations. What are you talking about? I don't even know what that even is. All right. I think we might have... I'm trying to decide, because essentially we've already hit the time for stream, but at the same time, I'm wondering if we even still have 4 hours left in this game. So is it better to just push for another hour, finish everything out now? You see it? Where? It's hidden between the houses. It's hidden between the... What kind of I Spy bullshit is this? I don't see it. Alright, tell you what, we'll do one more hour. Passed by it. I don't even see movement. Get it, movement, cow, haha. It was moving lower. Can you give me the name of the person they're closest by? Or something? Because I'm not seeing it. I don't see it at all. And unfortunately, the delay makes it nigh impossible for you to, like, direct me unless I just don't move. It moved back to the barn, I think. Like, over here? Granted, that's the cult area, but... There's this barn, but I'm still not seeing it. The animal farm, yeah. I mean, none of them are sick. So I don't know what it was. Pause it. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Yeah, it is weird. Alright, that's fine. Alright, let's go first let's switch our thing. Oh, it's time anyway. Let's go ahead and switch our fleece to our favorite one. There we go. And then let's have a nice sermon. I feel like you're fucking with me now. I really do. That's my myopia, but I can't see it at all. I also can't see it. is the cow in the room with us right now? Especially a sick, oh, there he is. Oh look guys, a sick cow. Isn't that weird? That's crazy, am I right? Why didn't y'all tell me he's out here? Tana's like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him with my bare hands. You know, territories and some rest. Thank you, Mac. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful having you. Hope you have a wonderful day. I ain't blind. That was hard. The next egg is golden, thanks to chat. Oh, God. Don't tempt them. Don't tempt them further. They already strayed further. Oh, I know. I know you're just messing. If I thought you were serious, I would be disappointed. I wonder who's gonna want an egg. That's crazy. To be fair, they've calmed down. Thank God. Oh, let's get some more food up and going. Let's do a couple of you. And then just a bunch of grass. Just all the grass in the world. We have 300 grass. Alright, we got that going. We need to go to find Mushrumo in Honora. Which one's Honora? That's you. Okay. Oh, for being revived. Oh, right. Dino. I didn't realize you were still dead. My bad. Let me finish this out and then I'll get you. Ra, you're also. Damn it! All of you keep dying. Yeah. We'll get you. Begin each room with a brief moment of invincibility. Drop by a kicker. When attacked, 10% negating damage. Environmental traps no longer to cause damage. Okay. But hey, when an enemy is killed, its soul is released. It damages another enemy. All right, Ace Axeratops, let's go. Oh, right. I guess you. Oh man, I love the axe, dude. The axe is so good. Oh wait, what did I get? Oh, a small gift. I was like, what? Wait a minute. I'm invincible. I'm invincible. Oh, why did it? There you go. Oh, I missed. I fired and I missed. And I fired and I had popsicle. And I missed. Why do I have like a long range attack? Oh, right. When I kill something, the soul attacks somebody else. And then, aha! Okay, this thing kicks ass. Hold on, how many mushrooms do I have? I have plenty of mushrooms. Okay. Aha! And I fired and I missed. First, fun fact: cancer and fire have something in common. Is it killing people? What's the commonality here? Does it consume oxygen? Because does it grow out of control if not kept in line? Because if they reach their goal. Kinda. If they kill the host, sure. But then you could say the same about viruses. Viruses don't want to die, technically. But I get what you're saying. Ooh. Got that. Ooh, got a babe present. All right, what do we got here? All right, we got mystery. Mystery. So, oh, okay, we gotta go left because to get y'all new forms. Oh, wait, hold on. Shit, we have to go right. We have to go right. All right, mystery it is. Picture of my favorite dragon follower on Discord. Ignore his scared and threatened look. Sure. Sure. All right, what's the challenge? Hello there, Crusader. If you make it through the next few combat rooms, nary a scratch, taking no damage, I'll rustle up a reward. That sucks. And if you fail, alas, not for you. All right, sure, I'll try, I guess. Sure, instead of money, I get food. Something, don't get hit. Someone died of old age, great. Oh, right. Okay. No damage in 2 rooms. The last room counted, by the way, which is wild. Oh boy, assassins! You're trying to Haha! They're after my thing. I was thinking about you playing Digimon from the Stranger would be fun because we could kill Digimon. Oh, don't kill my Digimon. No, please. Why aren't you just something? You've completed the challenge. What should you get? I think this is a decent reward. You gave me a big present. Thanks. You shouldn't have. Like really, you really shouldn't have. Give me that. Aha! More fish. I'll take it. Y'all are hungry. And boop, 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 boop. Man, killing all the little guys means extra damage for the big guys. Lovely. Yeah, what did you mean by that? What do you mean? Haha! For food. And there we go. Like we could be named after your mom. Oh! Oh, I get it. I get it. Alright, no. That is really fun. Anything that is just like y'all can be part of it is really cool. I enjoy that kind of stuff on Twitch. There we go. Give that to me. Now we go into the shroom thing. Hello. Take this. There we are. It looks like it doesn't stack though. It's like if you kill multiple people at once, it still only makes 1 soul, from what I can tell. Because that's 2. That's 3, but only 1 soul when it hit. Oh, your boy! Don't worry, little guy. We have you. Alright. We got him. I completely forgot we had this quest line, by the way. I have no idea how old that was. Kind of crazy. And boop, and boop, and boop. Haha! So I'm buying the DLCs for the game so both have more content grinding. Oh, that it? Yeah. How much is it overall? I doubt it's too expensive, depending. And boop. And yep, perfect. Oh, what? Ah, just like your older brother, eh? Remember Elan? You once called you leader. I once trusted you were a liar, false prophet. You must be stuck. You took 500 from me. All right, well, take this. Yeah. Well, goodbye. Say hello to your brother for me. Where is it? What is it? Oh, okay. Why didn't it let me go right? Weird. Wild. First DLC is for $8 and that's where on sale. Ooh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good actually. Ice is goated in this game. Oh, y'all were neglected for a day. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Is there a way to make them not get neglected for a day? Because I feel like I thought I was going pretty damn quick. Sup, Sapar 2 Electric Boogaloo, if that is indeed your real name. Get that for the double hit and the slow. Lovely. Oh, you got immortalized. You cheater, pumpkin eater. Oh boy, stupid frogs, dude. Ooh. Where's the third one? There it is. And then you're. Oh, okay. Well. Ow. Come on. Ooh. Gold nugget, wood. I guess gold nuggets. I suppose. Was I supposed to get fit? Oh no, that's a different one. Never mind. All right, return to the gold. Gold DLCs are really good because they add more Digimon in the game. That's pretty good. We were talking about the Cult of the Lamb DLC. I have no idea how much the Digimon DLC is. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the Cult of the Lamb DLC is very good. Very, 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 very good. In case you haven't been, like, already enjoying it. I highly recommend it. Alright, let's see here. Oh, well, wolves off the rip. Love to see it. Okay. Alright. Okay. Maybe now the wolves won't be up here because there's no animals up here. Hello. Are you gonna... Yep. 1, 2, 3. Alright, cool. Yes, yes, I'm amazing. Yeah, so great. Anyway, let me reset these. Infinite meat. Infinite meat. Ooh, that's the good stuff. Boom, 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 and then boom. Cool. Excellent. Good job, everyone. Everyone's like, what? We didn't do nothing. Here we go. I guess we'll just need to... I don't think anyone needs to come in. If it is, please speak up. 1, 2, 3. Thorniver. And 1, 2, 3. We got a wolf man who's faithful and loves poop. Love to see it. And then Tin Farms. You're the old person we need to bring in. Thank you. Indoctrinate me into your cult. I will not stray. 1, 2, 3. Oh, let's do the revival. Oh, Pog! Pog Lizard! Let's go! We'll do the revival after we do this. Oh, sweet. What are you doing out here? But sure, I'll nurture you. Welcome. Yeah, you're too old. Hello. Hey, Jammer. I'm so grateful you spent my childhood. I will devote myself to you. Hell yeah! Welcome in, Meteor. See, you didn't betray me immediately like every other like dragon spawn. Let's see here. Oh, they're all... Ooh, that one's ready. Oh, there's too much stuff. Hold on, this first. Convert me to your cult. I'll follow you, teach you. Okay, you stay the same because you're Mushroommo. You're special. Natural ability, polyamorous, and deep sleeper. Sure. Okay, so that's going. You're good. Go ahead and do the rot burn. Let's see this golden thing first. Oh. Oh, I took your sin. You had sin? All right. Choose name. What should the name be? Ooh. Maybe in memory of Pajul? Pajul's boy. How do y'all like the sound of it? Where we're crossing the name still, but we're keeping the Pajul... Miss Paleomancer? That's wild. That's a wild thing. First you met Mr. Paleomancer, and now you see Miss Paleomancer. P.A. Jr.? Oh, yeah. Kind of like this, but Junior? That's not bad. I kind of like that. All right. Let's do that. All right. All right. Oh, can I not interact with you? Oh. I can't even interact with you. Okay. Well. Hey, what's up, man? Don't get mad at me. I just want to talk to you. You were the one that had the exclamation mark. Yes, thank you, Lamb. Soso was very good at Mushroommo. I was like, why are they sticking their tongues at me? I forgot it was snowing. As far as I'm aware, we don't have any mushrooms. So, there's no mushroom situation happening. I think. Lock them away now? Why? I'm so honored. Grows greatness. Finally, I have a dwelling suitable of my splendor. He'll eat mushroomo, but we don't have a mushroom. Would he still eat the mushroom if he is like if we don't have them? We have 0 mushrooms currently. They're all in my inventory. Oh, he'll eat mushroomo. Oh. Okay. Like the follower. Got you. All right. Okay. He's locked away. So now he won't do that. Okay, let's raise... Who are we raising first? Now that we actually have enough here. We actually have a considerable amount. I forgot that his name was Mashruba for a second. That's why I was like, Shrooms! Okay, we have... Sarah can stay dead. Smog. We have Dino and Ra. Okay, Ra technically died first, so I'm thinking Ra first, and then we'll get Dino back in. All right. No, you're right. Available. Available deserved to go first. He was so much further down. Are you still alive? I thought you're dead. I was a coward. Oh, that's funny. Hold on, let me. Can I at least see? Damn it. Is there a way? Is there a ritual to reset rituals, or is that just something y'all can do? I don't think that's one thing I can do, unfortunately. Well, yeah, we're just gonna have to wait. Just don't stop dying. Just stop dying. Remove the don't. Remove the don't. Okay, so he's not going to eat Shroomo. So that's good. I guess the bad thing was the belief something bad was going to happen to me. Okay, so that's in there. He's in there. Imprisonment, but you have the original sin trait. So I don't do anything with him, right? Am I understanding that correctly? We just leave him in there for now? Let's see. Why does this have a chest? Weird. Wild. Anyway, so now we need to do Ramy's quest board. Okay, we need to do that. Quest board, and then we need to find the kids. Piranha! Stop dying! Stop it! Can you feel it? The weapons hum with pleasure. Oh yeah, this is you talking about humming with pleasure. Legendary dagger. I haven't remember seeing it anywhere else. Hold on, let's see here. How much do I have? 35. I don't think we have enough for any of these yet. Okay. Alright, Brana. Come on. Where are you? Did they was he already taken down here? Yeah, there he is. Alright. Okay. Whew. Alright. We got that in there. We're good to go. Now let's see if we can find the kids at the Smuggler Sanctuary. We'll try one more time. Smuggler Sanctuary. Okay. Not here. Where would it be? It's not like... It's not over here. I feel like it would be here. Can I not, like, interact with the fish at all? Nope. Nothing over here. Nothing over here. Nothing behind. That's that. I feel like you would be able to interact here. Where is it? This is the Smuggler Sanctuary, right? Let's double check. Let's make sure I'm not stupid. Smuggler Sanctuary. Yeah, they should be here. Okay. Like, are they next to this rock? This did zoom in right here. Don't see anything else. There's nothing for me to even look at, let alone interact. Oh. No effing way. Under the floorboards? They're under the floorboards? What? Oh, did it need to be nighttime? Oh, that's why I couldn't find them. They weren't there during the daytime. We got found again, just like before. You were too loud. I didn't mean to. Was it your something? Okay, wild that it had to be nighttime. But you know what? We learned. We learned and we live. So it doesn't look like the chosen follower we do anything with. Shrugs. I guess they're chosen for a reason. The low maintenance child indeed. All right, get this. Which one's this one? The mini quest is sad because they're hiding from the princess before they were executed. Oh, feeling it has to do with the Midas's cave. Maybe. When entering a new room, the enemy starts frozen. Start frozen. Ooh, okay, that's kind of neat. I like it. All right, what's the last one? Oh, you found him again. They're mischievous, quite like their father. Who's the father exactly? It's like, don't ask that question. Midas Cave. Let's look in the Midas Cave. Let's look into Midas Cave. Oh, you're deciding my fate. I have to hold. Well, I guess I'm here now. You know, I just. Oh, you gave me a donation and then you pooped. Thanks, little Satan. Hey, let's go. Y'all seem okay for the most part. Alright. What is rock grit? What the hell is rock grit? Is that oh. I can turn that turn oh. Hello. Let's go to Midas after we get this. Oh wait, hold on. Let's get some food on the table for y'all. Grass. Grass for everybody. You're gonna eat grass and you're gonna like it. And they're like, yeah, I do actually. Grass is actually not bad. Someone's like part cow. All right, Midas, let's see here. Okay, what do you got? What do we got? Okay. Nothing. 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 That's the give. Oh, does it actually have an end? Hold on, let's see here. Come back in 3 days. Oh. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's fine, I guess. Anything over here? No. At the very least, not during the day, it looks like. That's buy 10 for 1 gold. I don't really need any of that. Hello. But yeah, it looks like I need to wait till nighttime, similar to the last area. I wonder if it has to be nighttime every time and I just haven't noticed. That is very possible. Oh, wait. Bottom dollar he was, muck-eating prey, sparkling gold one day amongst the dregs. Once the pirate had many legs. Pretty shoddy price at all. They went all they want, and they want nothing remains. Blood washes away the tide. He waits, and then takes back. Even buck eaters have teeth. There's no help for me now. Yeah, I think we're... Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the meditate. Yeah. Well, if there's different conditions for each one, still. Watch it be because it needs to be winter and we just missed it. That'd be crazy. All right, and now let's see if we can sleep till night. Oh, it's raining. It's raining now. Okay. Let's see here. Not tired enough to sleep, so we can't do that. Unless there's a different way to meditate other than sleeping in the camp. Alright, let's see here. Go ahead and do a sermon. There is. Oh, then how? Oh, wait, isn't it hold down scream or something? If you hold down scream, then you meditate? Let's see. No. 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 None of these. No. Let's see here. Let's look at controls. Here we go. Y. Okay, well that speeds it up a bit, but only a bit. I thought I would be able to be like, choose a time, forehead. All right, Hebrew, what's up? Have you ever been under the camp since the day I hatched? Notice I don't offer myself to you entirely. Let's go! Welcome in, Hebrew! All right, Midas, are you causing problem? Oh God, no, get over here. Oh, you don't seem to be like... You don't seem to be afraid anymore. Good. Is it who? You? Here we go. You honor me greatly and I'm eternally grateful. I don't remember. I don't even remember what I did for this guy. You're welcome, though. I mean, it was really difficult. You should praise me. Let's see. Gotta do that. Perfect. Alright. So now... Alright. Oh, well, I mean, that also works. Gotta go fast forward. Oh, someone pooped. Golden poop next to me. I wonder who that was. Looks over to Midas. Oh, well. Ratty just died. So we have another person we need to resurrect. Y'all keep dying on me. I would like to give all my followers the gold necklaces, but apparently those are rare. I can't give you immortality. Give me all of these. Give me all of these. And give me all of these. The Pog old man is really funny to me, though. I'll definitely give you that. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, right. Nighttime, maybe, perhaps. All we know is currently... Actually, you know what? Let's go now that it's not raining. Maybe it had to be a clear day or something. I don't know. It'll be nighttime soon anyway, so it's kind of like... Nothing, 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 nothing. The guy that was over there that spoke to me isn't there anymore, and that's terrifying because these things shouldn't be moving. It's kind of crazy. All right, it is nighttime. It is now glittery in night. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing or being able to interact with anything. Hey, dragon. Welcome back. I'm trying to find these kids. There's like little ghost children that is hidden here. I assumed it was had to do something to do with that night, but I think it needs to be winter and or a blizzard. That's my assumption, and winter just ended, so I think it's gonna be back. It's gonna be a hot minute. So yeah. Nothing here. Okay, well, hold on. We hide here in winter is at its angriest. Mother, it says on the damn thing. Oh! 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 All right. If that's the case, let's make sure everything's good to go, and then we might do like a little cheeky bit next week. Do like make sure that we have enough fleece. Get it. Make sure everyone's good to go. Dot all our I's, cross all our T's. You know, our usual. Oh, looks like our Prime Yakish and our Prime Eddie. Looks like a bunch are actually ready to go. So let's go ahead and do you and you, because we need more fleece. So let's go ahead and do some of these. Oh, he's so cute. And we are running out of we are starting to run out of sin. So unfortunately / fortunately, we need to start knocking these out. So let's go ahead and do boom. See what comes of it. Okay, there's too many spaces here. Don't you worry. I have a thing for that. Feed, walk. There we go. Interact. Pet. Making sure they feel very good. And then boop. Off they go. Set them off into the heavens. And we'll get a whole bunch of fleece, a whole bunch of meat. And it's the same for these as well. Don't worry, little guy. You're gonna like it in Spider Heaven. And they're like, wait, what? And then they just get... It's my favorite bit. It's my favorite bit of the day. Just, you'll like it up there in Spider Heaven. Let's go ahead and do a nice cheeky pat. And then off you go. Have a good one. Bye-bye. And Brady Jr., you have been wonderful. To the ends with you. Enjoy yourself in Snail Heaven. They're like, wait a minute, there's another heaven? Why was I sent to Spider Heaven? Alright, we do not have enough wool yet. We need bones and we need wool. Those are our current bottlenecks. So let's send that off before... Oh my god! Was this you, Chosen Child? Because, like, damn. You really are the chosen child. Shmungus. Alright, so we're gonna do one more bone and then 2 wool, actually. Warmungus boy, father and son. Wool. And then this is, yeah, we'll do Botomy. Wool again. Alright, have a good one, fellas. In fact, can we do the ritual of the fleece? Harvest 2 turns for 1 day. Oh, next ritual is free? Ritual resurrection. Let's get some of y'all's back. I must have not have seen the Twitch stuff. All right, this is not available. Where are you? You're in there. You're in there. Radish, Nightwolf. Are you alive? You know what? Name. Oh, I didn't realize you were alive. Okay. Rowdy Piranha, then we'll get Dino in here. Listen, I can't tell. People, we mentioned earlier. It's your partner that's dead. Oh. I thought it was mentioned earlier that you were dead. Hey, almost got that. Well, that's fine. We'll get it right now. Dino's back to the land of the living. And get in here. And then I think we're good? Question mark? Alright, so hello. So Griffey, you spit the child in perfect community. I devote myself to you. Hell yeah, Jammer. Get your butt in here. The guy pogging on the left. He's like, oh, they grow up so fast. Don't worry, one of them's gonna die of old age in like 3 seconds. Get all this. And then boop. Let's spin the whoa, hold on. Let's ooh, a lot of this. Boop and boop. And then rest is grass. You better get there. Why do the abominations never dissent and run away? I don't know. Maybe because they're better. Hello. I hope nothing bad happens when Gecko is brought back to life for me to what him? What? Huh? Who? You're whatting to him? Let's remove her blindness. Ooh, yeah. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. Can I? You cannot remove her blindness. You can't tell from Mama Dodo's in the way, but it's grayed out. We can remove anything else but her blindness and her immortality. She is forever blind. Here, hold on. Let's see if I can move Mama Dodo. Mama Dodo, you're kind of blocking the way, girl. Mama Dodo's like, how dare you call me fat? See? It's locked in. We cannot move her blindness. Now, didn't Midas have a thing? No. Midas no longer is a jerk. Midas is just an idiot. We could add a trait. Hold on. Can we add immortality? I'm not seeing any fashionable. I was gonna say, like, can we add immortality to any of these people? It would be pretty based if we could. Just saying. Followers imprisoned. Yeah, he is. All right. Like, you'd like what? Sorry, I didn't see it in time to know the reference to the statement. Get all this meat. Immortality? Yeah, I would like to give all of you immortality, but there's no immortality option. It's gonzo. All right, so we have to wait until winter. Can I, like, oh wait, hold on. Can I interact with this to make winter happen now? Let's see. Turn winter off. Winter loop is on. Okay, so it's just, I'm gonna have to wait a bit. How are we doing on here? We have 82. I would like to give it more. It was very exciting, the fighting, such blood and viscera flying. Yeah, no, she a freak. What am I forgetting? Because right now we're about to call it. So if there's anything I'm forgetting to the mating tent, okay. I'll let y'all decide. Who's it gonna be? This is not available in Dino? Am I understanding it correctly? All right. I'll make sure at the end of this. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. This is not available. And Dino. Both have given their consent. So in the power that be in me, and as I probably had already missed where you are, there you are. This is a lustful trait. Are lovers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's 100%. Let's go. It's like you're married, so it checks out. Aww. Disgust. I'm just kidding. All right, what do you want? And it's the golden boy trait too. So you could do all positives if you want. You could do strong constitution, lustful, pacifist, guard, and or you could do hibernation, terrified of death, and night owl. Okay, Dino wants guard. Two of you choose 2. Each of you choose 2 things. Your parents. So it is a co-decision. You each pick 2 little things in night owl. Okay. What about this is not available? What 2 do you want? Constitution. All right. What we have left is lust and pacifist. You got it. Let's go. Night guard would be useful. You are correct. Good job, y'all. To bed with you. Oh, that was close. I almost murdered you. Oh, man. Whoo, B, that was... Whoo. Ah, good thing they have the confirmation, because that would have been like, instead of like, I'm going to make you go to bed forever, and then just stabbed you. All right. Just going to grab this. And I think now, let me just... Oh, great. Really? You couldn't wait 10 seconds, Witness E-Post? After all I've done, I'm making you not eat poop? Or not making you eat poop? Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Alright. Off to you. Alright. So, I think we will call it here. I think we will play a little bit more next Saturday for the chosen child to grow up, to find the kids, to try to get as much fleece as we can get, and then we'll finish it off. I don't know if it's going to be a full bit on Saturday, but we can at least try our best, right? Keep an eye out. There's also an event happening next week. So I will be putting it on social soon. And yeah. So I think, let me see if there's anyone that we can raid, and feel free to, stick by for the raid. And if not, I hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. All right, have a good one, everybody. Stick around for the raid. See you in a bit. Bye-bye. Where is it? There it is.